Yo, 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 what is going on, y'all? We kicked the stream off today. It's Shoutcast Sunday. I am currently waiting for Age Mythology to open. I'm stuck on the Age Mythology Retold logo, which you guys don't get to see. But I swear it's coming. And 3, 2, 1. There you go. What's happening, y'all? Stardust, what's happening? Ben Q, VH, Ilnst, Salshishin Random Muffin, Nemo Noon, Penny, Super Saiyan, how you guys going? Thanks for being with me. It's another day, it's another you, it's another me. We're going to be taking a good, hard look at a whole bunch of cards today. First one we're going to run with is this one. I'm looking for some of the fun games that people have played. So if there's any that you've played over the past couple of days that you feel like are worthwhile giving a little watch, then we will give them a little watch. And all the other good stuff. But yeah, it should be a fun day. Okay, let's just jump into a game. Any Zeus casts? Guess what? Yes. What happened to the Sunday Classic? We watched it. It's up on YouTube now. You can watch it on YouTube. If you mean Sunday Classic 4. Shoutcast Sunday is technically, it's another Sunday, but it is what it is. Let's get into game number 1 of Shoutcast Sunday. You can find it in the past broadcast. Yeah, I had to take it down. But yeah, it's up on YouTube, so you can watch it there in all of its glory. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another day, another you, another me, another fast scrolling speed that we have to go into here and fix. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Loki. It's best number 73. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Zeus. He calls himself Ice Fox. He says he's from the DoD clan, but we know him as Firefox. And he is going to be playing some Zeus for us on this auspicious of occasions. Zeus versus Loki matchup. This is one of my favorite matchups. I think it's a really, really fun matchup. There's lots that can go wrong for both players, but lots that can go right in terms of excitement, things happening. There's no sitting back, waiting and watching in this one. Both players have got the speedy infantry, 4.9 speed hoplite. You can go up to 5.3 speed on the Hearser or anything else like that. Some good relics here. Ample for Firestus also there, reducing the armory cost. Jade Hair also in, can be big. You can go for Centaur here as well. Hoplite Centaur is something that was great at release, remains to be great in the current sort of situation. I mean, we're in the early game, but I do want to touch on one thing that I've been thinking about just a little bit recently is like, there was that when you go over and you look at like Age of Empires 4, for example, they haven't had a patch in like a balance patch in something like 6 months. Like, it's like really like, it's kind of crazy to me. They got an active development team working on their game, but they don't have any balance changes. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, and I thought about it and I was like, well, realistically speaking, if you're not up to date with the balance patches, then you might fall behind on quote unquote the meta or whatever. But meta develops regardless of balance patches, right? So you're going to fall behind if you're just not up to date regardless. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Not only that, the balance changes that we actually end up getting in Age Mythology, they're always quite small. Very, very... There's only been one significant balance change, I think, that's hit Age Mythology Retold, which was the Villager Train Time building number, the fortifications update, right? Villager Train Time and the buildings getting stronger. Apart from that, every time I see like a unit get buffed or a unit get nerfed, I'm like, man, the unit's still good. It's still buildable, right? It's still like something that you want to, like, that strategy still works. It's just like a tiny little bit less effective. So if you execute well inside of that strategy, you're going to win. If you don't, you're going to lose. So yeah, I'm interested in what you guys think. A little bit like more balanced patches, less balanced patches. What's the right way to approach an RTS? Obviously, if there's like a strategy which people are spamming that is just like broken to the nines, and that's like all you see. Like, for example, I think one of the things that happened, I remember reading about or watching a video on this. I never actually played the game. I played 1 or 2 games of Stormgate before I gave up. But in Stormgate, when it was released in the early stages, there was a strategy that evolved, which was effectively just spam the dogs, like the cyber dogs or whatever they're called. And you would just literally just spam these dogs, and there was like nothing you could do to stop it apart from also spamming dogs back. So that was all that you would do, and it was just a really stupid game. So in that sort of sense, if that's the only thing you can do, maybe you do need to have something getting like flipped in there, some sort of switch that needs to be flicked so that things can get a little bit more spicy. But if there is a lot of strategic variety in a game and every single game sort of feels a little different, then man, do you even need a balance patch? No matter how much I complain about certain things, like I'm complaining because it makes me feel better on the inside. I don't actually expect anything to change. You know what I mean? Like I'll complain till the cows come home about Earthwall, for example. I'm gonna complain because I just don't like the god power. That's me. I don't like people being able to play like that. I want people to be a little bit more involved with me. Like, come and play the game with me. But they want to put an Earthwall and they want to hide and they want to force me to play a different way. That's fine. But I like to complain about it. That doesn't mean it needs to change. Anyways, that's my mini rant. We're into the classical age already. Got a second town center up for Firefox super early on. He's moving out here to get a little cheeky wall in, but the villager's doing a little bit of scoot and shake and bake moves there. He does a little fake left, goes right sort of business, gets away. Back number 73 here is Barchi, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and call him Barchi for the entirety of this game. As he's trying to get a little bit of damage done, but that town center is getting some heavy damage onto the Herso. Snipes one, which is actually a big win. Like, one Herso kill for basically, it's not free. There's a little bit of damage that the Herso's managed to get done, but still a big deal here. This wall also, I love the wall. Another little wall that comes over here, and then maybe a military academy or something getting dropped down wouldn't be a bad idea here for Firefox. He's getting up the military academy in his main base, however, which I don't mind. And he's going to be good to go. If he could sneak forward here and get some walls up over here and start mining this gold mine super early on, that can be a really nice way to play. Now, personally, I've had issues inside of this specific strategy against Loki. I think I lost one game in a very, very similar position. I had like a beautiful second talent center with a huge amount of hunt on it, but my gold mines were very difficult to claim, to secure, so to speak. I'm interested in how Firefox is going to be able to approach this. He might just get absolutely corked. That's I don't know what that means, but he's going to get absolutely corked in the heroic age if he's not careful. Now, Barchi here does decide to drop down a town center, which sort of gives Firefox all of the time in the world to get some things done. Villager might end up falling there, does not manage to get picked off. This Herso will end up going down here unless he gets some sort of special magical moves, but does not have the dancing shoes on. Gets sniped. Barchi's still trying to just poke in, get little bits of damage done. Villagers over here going down, and Barchi says, all right, I'm not going to be able to get too much more value here. As a military academy attempting to come up onto this side to protect the tower and make this just a little bit easier to deal with. And Barchi says, no, we will prevent this. Waste your villagers' gather time here as well. That military academy is going down. It's not going to finish. Villagers get pushed back. Might even lose one there if Barchi wants to go full send, but not going to go for it. Still just moving back and forth. It's a little tiny raids going on here, or a tiny raid. Does he snipe the villager? He gets the villager, and he gets out. So finally manages to get some some actual tangible damage done. I mean, you can get little bits of damage done regardless with that idle time, but tangible damage done. Hoplites get smacked by the big boulder there. That's a big boulder. Man, I really want to watch Shrek. I have this like, I don't know about you guys, but way back in my childhood, I would it was one of the movies we had on DVD, and I would watch the shit out of that movie. That's a nice boulder. All right, anyways. Longhouse, Great Hall's coming up. Got some houses up onto this side as well. As the wall's coming up over here. And we got some hoplites on the way now for Firefox. And he has to make a sort of decision right now. Do you stay Classical Age here and try and put some pressure back onto the booming Bachi? He now knows that Bachi has gone for a second town center. He is up 10 villages here. But here's the thing, right? 10 villages at this point obviously will translate into an advantage. However, what Firefox has had to build is he's had to build a town center. That's taken villager gather time. He's had to build all of these buildings, of which, Bachi doesn't need to. He's getting those for free. So while he gets his town center up first, he gets this villager advantage right here. It doesn't necessarily translate into an actual, tangible, in-game advantage until that income is left to its own devices. Until time transpires under this sort of 10 villager advantage that he's got. So Bachi's still got a lot of time here to get something done, get some damage in. But if he doesn't, then Firefox will come out with a big advantage coming in. However, at this point, trying to snipe these units. Good control there from Bachi. Gets one little axe throw off before pulling back, not losing any units, but he's realizing he can't really attack here. One thing here for Firefox to do is now to use this time to get over here and wall this little gold mine up. Start mining that gold mine super early. There can be a nice little way to go. As the Urso pulling over onto the healing spring. Got a Great Hall coming up over onto this side, as well as the Pegasus simply just scouting out, making sure that Bachi isn't doing anything sneaky here. He's not taking any sort of shortcuts. The idea here, I think, with the Pegasus, while, yeah, sure, finding where your opponent's villages is nice. But realistically, the most important thing that I think you can do, especially in Bachi, in Firefox's situation, is checking how many units Bachi's making. Is Bachi spamming? Is Bachi not spamming? So keeping an eye on military buildings, right? And seeing if units are actually coming out of them. If units are coming out of them, then naturally you can assume that he's actually staying in the Classical Age and he's going up to full population and looking to put pressure on the Classical Age. If he's not spamming units, then, well, you go, oh, he's going Heroic Age, and you can either prepare for that in ways you like, whether that be spamming towers, you could get walls up, you could put pressure on, etc., etc., etc. But having that little bit of information is so critical. As the Toxotes coming forward, looking for just a little bit of pressure over here. Breaking down the walls, making sure this gold mine can't get grabbed. But for the moment here, Bachi with the gold, going to be completely fine on that back position there as well. Welcome everyone as you're coming into the stream. Appreciate you guys. And now Firefox getting pretty aggressive here. This is very, very aggressive. Throwing away some units here. Those thrown axemen are going to be incredibly scary for Firefox to actually engage. He does have some hippias here, which I actually don't mind him mixing these in. That being said, they've got no upgrades, and it's going to cost him a lot to get them. It's probably a little bit of an overspend to go into hippias here, unless he was going to cut hoplites completely, which I don't think he's going to do at any point soon. However, we do see both players now both agreeing that there's probably not a whole lot that can get done here, and both are going to say, all right, off to the Heroic Age. Now, Firefox has unfortunately run out of gold in a time where he probably could have been advancing there, so it makes a little bit of a misplay, but nonetheless, getting some building snipes here is good value for him, as Bachi is literally just allowing this at the moment. He could definitely move forward. Could definitely be getting a little bit of value here, sniping some hoplites while the Great Halls go down. And now we see Dionysus coming through. A Draugr spawn over here. Ursa we're going to come in from the top, but unfortunately for Bachi, he doesn't quite get that surround that he's looking for. As Firefox turning, I don't think Firefox can necessarily take this fight either. All of a sudden, while it looked like Bachi was trying to get to the next stage, he isn't going there at all. Throw an Axeman coming through it to the top as well. Firefox is taking this fight these fights so well, though. Units not in position, distracting over on one side, taking a fight while it's going down. However, he's now lost nearly all of his Toxotes here. And I think this translates into him being in a very, very difficult position moving forward. He turns around, gets a little couple of kills onto there as a throw and axeman, are a little bit behind the 8-ball there, but meanwhile up to the top as well. Unfortunately, Firefox not using the shift click. The villagers decided that this wood line, while building from here, is closer than the gold mine, which it probably is. You've really got to be using that shift click whenever you drop a storehouse as Greek, or whenever you drop a silo as China, whenever you drop an ox cart as Norse, whenever you drop... Is that it? I think that's it. I mean, you look at it and you go, well, which one's further? This tree or this gold mine? He was here. These villagers were like on this side. I mean, I think the tree was actually closer. I mean, the way that I understand it, the way that it's been explained to me, is that the villagers will go the shortest distance possible. Whatever resource is as close as possible. So, yeah, if you're going to throw a storehouse up and the villager is going to be on this side, when it finishes the building, it scans and it goes, okay, well, this way is shorter, this way is longer to run or whatever. So just shift clicks. Complain about it, no problems. But you're not complaining about the game, you're complaining about yourself and your inability to shift click, right? Okay? Happy days. But nonetheless, the game goes on. Heroic Age is in already for both players. And look at this for Bachi. Bachi says, I got so many resources in the bank. I'm going to go to the... I thought he was going to go to the Mythic Age there, but he does decide, let's get every upgrade under the sun. Heavy cavalry, Call of Valhalla, heavy infantry, huge amounts of units in queue here, as he does manage to find a couple of villagers over onto this side. The villager's going to turn around and shank for the time being. They do have both survival equipment. Wait, do they have survival equipment? Yeah, they've got survival equipment, and they've got Pygmalion's statue, it seems, at 72 HP. Is that correct? Did I get that right? No, they don't. They've got Dionysia. I've never thought about that. Dionysia to keep the villagers alive. Bolt comes down there onto a battle board. I have to assume it's a town center. Does get cleaned. There's the bronze. And Bachi says, all right, I will just simply take the advantage here by running. This means that a Heroic Age God power is gone. Which now means that if Bachi can catch Firefox out, he's going to have a flaming weapons to target back. But meanwhile, villagers going down over here. Firefox is all over Bachi at the moment. No reaction. Now finally pulling away as the units coming up onto this top spot here. The villagers are back to work after the raiding cavalry ended up falling. However, the military differential is actually favoring Bachi here. So he just needs to take a good fight here. He's got that flaming weapons. He's sniping units slowly. There's no need to rush the flaming weapons cast here, as the hill fort does end up falling. Potentially now wouldn't be a bad call as restoration gets dropped down. One Hydra going to be falling. The Hydra on the top will also end up going down as well, as the hoplites pulling away. And, I mean, after all is said and done, who comes out in front there? Town Center, Hill Fort down, Bronze Restoration down, gone, versus probably about 3k military getting sniped. If you have to ask the question, I feel like, and more units falling here on this retreat, I feel like Bachi comes out in front at this point. Town Center coming up here as well for Barchi. You can come over here and grab this one. But Firefox is now in trouble. Gets pushed off this gold mine. Villagers over here now getting targeted down. The villagers will pull back into the main town center. We've got a huge amount of villagers on favor at the moment as well. As Hephaestus queued up this gold mine over here with 2,000 gold left in it. That's all Firefox has actually got going for him at the moment. These units over here will manage to escape for the time being here. Now, the one saving grace for Firefox is that the majority of the units that Barchi has out at the moment are throwing axemen, which means he can spam these very low gold costing peltasts out. And that should be able to counter off this army, allow him to push forward, get another gold mine, and potentially continue in this game. But the game, still close. However, look at the villager differential right now. Look at the villager differential. It's 50 to 87. Firefox has got a gigantic lead on income at the moment, but he's behind on military. Funnily enough, Hephaestus, the more you look at it, the more you think about it, the less it makes sense to be going Hephaestus at the moment, the more it makes sense to be going Hera here, because all Firefox needs to do is kill off an army here, and his income will carry him through. But Hephaestus gives him the armory upgrades for cheap, gives him a little bit of passive income, and maybe that's going to be enough. Villagers trying to pull up to the top side. Barchi's not going to allow that. He needs to get walls up everywhere and lock off these gold mines. He's getting a hill fort here. Love. Hill fort here. Love. But these gold mines over here are probably what Firefox is going to be targeting down. Not only that, look at the favor. 210 favor in the bank means bronze is on the table. Restoration is on the table. A bolt, if need be, is on the table. There's so many resources in the bank, though, for Barchi at the moment that, I mean, even if Firefox breaks out of his base and gets onto a gold mine, Barchi can probably continue along here. He could also go for a second Plenty Vault, but he has to wait for the cooldown, which is about 3 minutes from memory. 180 seconds. 3 minutes. Let me go. I know things. Hill fort going up. And I imagine we will see immediately technology is in. Upgrades getting grabbed on the cheap. Firefox now looking to push out. He's got to break through the hill forts. It's not going to be that hard to break through these with a Colossus, with a Restoration, with a Bronze as well. The Bronze is about 40 favor away from completion. However, as Firefox charging in here, it says, all right, better kill off the hill fort. Can't afford champion infantry or champion range soldiers at the moment. Resources are nearly non-existent for Firefox at the moment, as some thrown axemen getting sniped over onto this side. Hoplites taking little bits of damage here, but they are incredibly bulky at the moment, so you got to really work hard to snipe them, as Barchi just says, I'm going to pull back. And this might be a little bit of a misplay, because Firefox now will just walk forward. He's got the resources for a fortress to drop down here, and he can grab this gold mine, no problem. Or at the very least, he can just sit on here and wait. Now, Barchi's got himself 4 town centers. 1, 2, 3, 4. But he doesn't have fortified town centers. On the side here, neither does Firefox. But if Firefox can get himself fortified town centers in this position, he goes up pretty close to that 220 population. So there's not really any significant advantage here on being 4 town centers until you get that fortified town center in and you get all that population in. But this army for Firefox is going to absolutely obliterate these throwing axemen. Barchi needs to get away from throwing axemen immediately. Huskarl, raiding cavalry, Jarls, anything Hersa, anything not Berserk, anything not named throwing axemen in the Norse roster is good versus this army here at the moment. Obviously, you need some throwing axemen to deal up with the hoplites, but you need something else to kill off those peltasts for sure. Now, Nidhogg could be the answer which Barchi is looking for. A Nidhogg will absolutely erase those Peltasts. But look at the favor at the moment. He's got so much. Drops restoration down. Gets everyone back up to full HP. We'll be able to drop down that second Plenivolt in 14 seconds here. As Barchi's chances of competing with this income are going down so quickly. He's catching up on villagers, but it seems to me too little, too late. As the Colossus charging in, there's that second Plentivolt in for Firefox. As he's taking control of the game, cleans this town center up. A second flaming weapons through, but with only 55 population, it doesn't even matter here. And it looks like Barchi might not have any gas left in this game. Hoplites killing off villagers yet again. He is managing to chase down the Firefox army over here. Military-wise, it's exactly the same. Maybe I called it too soon. Maybe I called it too soon. Barchi might be able to bring this game back from the brink here. He does have that Nidhogg on the way. Wait, no, it got cancelled. He's got cancelled, so he has to wait another 2 minutes to get that one out, which does allow a fortress to come down over here. There's 0 gold in the bank right now for Firefox, but he does have 8 gold per second coming in from those Plenivolts, which is kind of like having 8 villagers on gold. Not a lot, but enough to get just a little bit by. As the villagers pulling off the fortress for a time being. Got to jump inside there. Unit-wise, it's very close for the time being. It's a misclick from Firefox. I'd have to assume he wanted to kill the mountain giant, but misclicks that one. He can get out Jason here. Where is Jason? Hello there, Jason. Jason is now making his way over to join in and take out the mountain giant. Heracles coming in as well. And it's looking like Barchi now has managed to completely flip the script as there's 0 gold income for Firefox. This game is just, I thought it was over. I legitimately thought it was over and Firefox was just completely won here, but somehow, some way, Barchi has fought his way back in here. The gold income is completely cut. There's some villagers over here managing to get onto this gold mine. Maybe that's going to be the secret. Sneak around here, get over onto this gold mine and pray. But with hell coming in, this means fire giants. You can make trolls here as well. Not a terrible idea with all the gold. Oh, sorry, wood in the bank. You could make, I guess, mountain giants to push through. As the army of Barchi coming in. Armory upgrade-wise, not really there. He's just missing those iron upgrades as he just hits that next stage. But with the Nidhogg flying in here, so much damage to come down onto those hoplites there. The village is going to be shanking their way through this little wood line over here in an attempt to sneak that gold mine. But I'm sure Barchi is going to see that and not allow anything like that to happen. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a random stray Odysseus is guarding the gold mine with his life. 60 HP in a dream. That's a Nidhogg. Probably should just make its way over here and torch those villagers. We'll see if he's going to go for it. At the moment, Heracles is out getting some damage. You've always got that special ability, though I think Barchi may have used it there sometime earlier. You only really want to use it to chase an army or run from an army. Or run from a hero more than an army, but still, all of a sudden, Barchi pushing in. Looking like his army is still in the lead here, but he does have to pull back. He's grabbing himself that champion cavalry upgrade. Does have resource for champion infantry as well, but it takes time. He's got to wait for that. Armor upgrades aren't in either. He's getting himself that conscript longhouse soldier so he can get some units in much, much quicker. As the Nidhogg flying around here sees some villages to take out on this side, and this can be some good amount of damage here as he snipes a handful here as they're retreating into the town center. Good reaction from Firefox. The game continues along here. Meanwhile, Bellerophon, an absolute pain in the bum for every Loki player, as you want those fire giants, but Bellerophon just says, I'm sorry, we shut that down. However, one Bellerophon for one fire giant, it's kind of a good trade on the side of the Loki player. As the Nidhogg now going to get chased away by the Odysseus. They're both moving at 4.3 speed, so I have to imagine the Nidhogg can just get away from this. But he needs to come back up onto this army, it looks like. Help out with taking down those Peltas. Mount Barchi spamming Herser, spamming Legendary Jarls. The fortress is up, and Firefox has somehow snuck the gold mine. Got himself back up to full population. Both players don't have fortified town centers. The Nidhogg is still alive. You got to be careful with it, though. Villager differential is about equal, but there's 2 20 volts playing a key role in this game. Barchi also is behind on armory upgrades at the moment still. He's getting himself that Iron Shields tech, but those other techs are very, very important. Does Barchi have any hill forts? He's got one hill fort. I wouldn't mind seeing Levy and just like mixing in Huskarls in this army either. Like you can't overestimate how much impact they will have, as the Odysseus spots the Nidhogg here yet again. Not actually targeting it down though, 812 HP. You can get this Nidhogg to get over here. He can get some serious damage done, but he's only got so much range on this spot. If he pops it right now, we can zoom in, start taking down those Peltas. But now 3 town centers for Firefox. I think maybe for the first time in this game, he gets that special in, dives over the top of the Peltas, and he gets so much damage done, cleaning those Peltas up. The population for both players dropping drastically here as the Mountain Giant pops immediately, targeted by the Bellerophon, but he needs to get out of there for the time being. But look at the resources for Firefox starting to accrue. He's got 3,000 food, 4,000 wood. He is stuck on just under 200 gold for the time being. But he's got a lot of units in queue at the moment. Does not have conscripts. Does not have either conscripts for archers or for infantry, as the tower coming up over here. Just not spending those resources. Not enough military buildings. 3 military academies, 3 archery ranges is never going to be enough to get those units out. And now Firefox is going to be under pressure yet again. However, there's no siege over here. Some rams would not go astray. We were talking about Huskarl before, but now maybe some rams to break through the town center. One Jason to come through cleaning up that troll quickly as more units coming in. A couple of Peltasts is enough to scare those throwing axemen off. They've got to pull. They've got to get out of there. Over onto this side, a little attempt at securing another gold mine here. The fortress 4 seconds from completion. The Odysseus defending beautifully, and the fortress is now up. He does not have that advanced fortifications tech though. This one is important because it makes those fortresses so obscenely strong. I mean, it's doing 65.8 pierce damage per second already, which is a lot of pierce damage with 7 villages in the middle. Wait. Oh no, that's normal. Okay, that's the melee damage. Okay, you only never mind. It's doing 48.8 without villagers garrison. It goes up to 60. But if you get that advanced fortifications tech, it goes up to like 90 damage or something. It's really, really strong. Of course, it costs 1,200 resources, but must grab technology for the late game to make those fortress damage get felt against all the upgrades that your opponent can sort of stack with pierce upgrades, right? Meanwhile, final gold mines on the map here and here. It looks like Barchi might be running out of gold soon in this game if he's not going to be able to break through here. He's down to 118 population. Firefox looks to have completely stabilized now. Food is shooting through the roof. He's got 36 on gold. You can move up to the corner here. He's got a trade route started. Coinage coming through. Towers getting dropped all the way up here to make sure that this is completely safe. Up to the top position. Hoplites coming to try and deal with villagers on this gold mine, but a whole bunch of berserks are in. And you also have to, exactly, you also might start getting hit with that third plentyfold, and all of a sudden there's like 36 population worth of income coming through for 0 population cost. It's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Fafnir to come through, flaming weapons coming in as well as a last-ditch effort, but yet again with next to no population. As the Fafnir getting taken down, Bellerophon pops in, 300 gold in the back pocket there for Firefox. Hoplites going down, a lot of units in queue here for Barchi, but I called it too early once before. I don't want to call it too early, but I think it's too little too late. And it is, as Barchi taps out and Firefox manages to find the win here. An absolutely crazy game. There was moments for both players to walk away with a win here. Firefox sneaking this gold mine might have just been, not even sneaking it. He literally just walked over, bashed the wall down, and then started mining. He didn't sneak it. He didn't even have a fortress up. But Barchi just didn't. Oh, obviously I've got Omniscience. I say this all the time, but I got Omniscience. I can see it. I know that that's a win condition there in this position. You've got to be switched on. That's what's important here. Barchi had the angle to win here. However, if we step back even further, Firefox also had such a ridiculous advantage concocted, but he pushed it to the nth level, allowing Barchi to kill off the entirety of his army while still having his own army back. If he just played that a little bit better and kept himself alive, there would be no threat of that gold mine getting, no threat of getting gold starved. Would have had a really, really good time here. All in all, fantastic game to kick off Shoutcast Sunday. Big thumbs up. Well played to these guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll move into the next game. How's everyone going? How good is Age of Mythology? You know what I mean? How good was that game? The game was stonking. Absolutely stonking. Do you guys want to see a Hades versus Set game? Do you guys want to see a Isis versus Loki game? Which one do you want more? We're going to probably do both of them. They're both Tunison games. Isis versus Loki? Tunison versus Kaboo or Tunison versus Jack? Soup's still looking for 1v1s. Come on, guys. Someone go play Soup. I'm casting at the moment. I might play a little later tonight, Soup, if you're around. Oh. All right, let's get this next game going, hey? Let's do the Isis versus Loki game. Alrighty, we got ourselves another game here in the left-hand corner. It is Gabu. Gabu 21. Playing as Loki and currently AFK. Oh, and the game begins. And the game begins. I was wondering exactly what happened in this game. Now, I'm going to spoil just a little bit. Before you guys click off the stream and go, this gaboo. This game looked pretty spicy from the stats of it. Just remember at the end of this game, Gaboo had about a minute of idle time in this game. 1 minute. Does that mean I know? No, I don't know who won the game, but I do know some stats about it. I know the length of the game. I know which minor gods got picked. I know if there's any titans or wonders that go on in the game. So I do know that this game is spicy. Nonetheless, the only real negative here for Gaboo is that he is taken out of book in terms of a build order here. Like, yeah, a minute of idle time on, what would it be, like five or six villages? Let's just call it 5 villages because, you know, the 3 villages, you start with 3, 2 don't start straight away. The last one won't start at all. 1 minute of idle time with 5 villages is about 300 resources. Is that about right? I think it's about 300 resources. So it's a lot, but it's definitely recoverable. Even at the top level, 300 resources is not necessarily enough to cause a win or a loss in a real game. So we'll see how things are going to go. Canopic Jar of Imseti here. It is, however, a big advantage. It is a big advantage early game. Titan's Treasure, making the age up a little bit easier. Up on the top here, we've got the Bridle of Pegasus. Oh, and there's one more relic. It is the Adamantine Shingles. Hit points plus 200%. So we are on the map Air. And this, okay, let me explain the problem with Air and the solution, in my opinion. The problem with Air is that it's really, really hard to move around the map because there's this big fat boulder in the middle. However, the good thing about Air is that the entirety of the back of the base is pretty much open. So if I can get through, I'm able to run around this back and find a lot of value, right? However, if we take a look up here, all of a sudden, one little cheeky wall, and now I'm not able to come in from this way. Or one wall and a tower, for example, and this is completely shut off. Unless I get siege out or a lot of like heavy myth units from Zeus to break through it and do something, right? It's very cheap to defend, in other words, very expensive to break through. As the Classical Age is in, Anubis, they've got a choice here for Tunison. A couple of barracks going to be coming up onto the top here, and he's going to be going along. Now, the solution is pretty simple. You just get rid of every one of these rocks. Every single one of these rocks is removed. You leave the big fat boulder in the middle. You'll still get situations like this tree line here where you can wall it off. That won't happen in every game, but there's obviously going to be a little bit of another gap over here that you can break through. So there's like little bits of extra parts that need to be protected. And then all of a sudden you get a game where there's lots of room for maneuvering, but you still have a nice defensive map because you still have this big fat boulder in the middle to protect you, right? From the front, like a front-on assault. You have to come in from the sides. Oop, did I see a dead villager? Dead villager. Herser, an angry Herser and a dead villager. Meet. Who comes out on top? Well, at the moment, the Anubite comes out on top because he jumps away. I love defensive maps. Yeah, that's the other thing. There are definitely a lot of players that much prefer these types of defensive maps. Then again, I wonder what the metrics are in this. In Age of Empires 2, as far as I'm aware, as we do see a town center coming up over here, as far as I'm aware, the most popular map is Arabia. No? Town center up for Gabu as he manages to finish that one up. And Arabia is obviously a very, very offensive map. And if the most popular map in competitive is the most open map in Age of Empires 2, then maybe it's fine. But then again, it's a different game. I don't know what I'm talking about. We're just going to enjoy this game. Hey, it's a 2 town center grab here for both players. And fairly equal. So, yeah, Gabu gets away with it. Realistically, getting a town center up like this against ISIS going for early barracks is pretty risky, to be honest. You're gonna get denied 9 times out of 10, but in this situation where you don't get denied, all of a sudden this is a big advantage for the Loki, because Tunison's town center was not before it, and we talked about this in the last game, right? The big advantage of Norse is not only is the town center a little bit... Oh, it's the same cost. The advantage of Norse is that you don't need to spend villager gather time on building a town center. So the cost of it is just 700 resources. As opposed to everyone else has... that 700 resources plus the villager build time. Now, Egyptian is only 550, so it's 550 plus. But I think if you do the math out... I think Norse has got the cheapest second town center. However, Norse also has the slowest second town center because they can't use their villagers to get it up. There's a little cheeky raid coming through here for the spearmen. Now, that being said, with that being said, as the villagers are... Where are they running? Hello there. With that being said, that does mean that if the Norse player gets their second town center up at the same time that an Egyptian player or a Greek player or an Atlantean player or a Chinese player gets their town center up, should mean the Norse has the advantage in terms of income. Other things could mean completely different. But at this point, the spearman raids have come through. Some deaths have come in, and Tunison has well and truly paid off his early game spearman spamming efforts, which is the reason he was building them in the first place. So while he did get the second town center a little later, Gabu did not play around that fact very well, and he is now going to be in not any trouble, but he's behind a little bit of villages, which is a nice little advantage for Tunison. Tunison's going to be searching for some raids all over the map. He's got an option to raid here. He's got an option to raid here, an option to raid here, an option to hit here, an option to hit here. There's lots of villages that he can attack, but realistically, Tunison's got no idea where to look for the time being, and he's just kind of running around hoping at the moment to find something. Has some spearmen wandering in to the front here, searching around this way. He does get spotted on this side with a handful of units. That's the spearman coming through over here. He does spot the villagers right onto this position, but Gabu, he's actually really, really good at this. He's so quick. It's very, very tough to actually get those kills on him. And now, throwing axe and getting a little bit of damage. Spearman taking a little bit of damage. He does get out. And Spearman will be very much alive and well, but a few fall and not really any damage taken from Gabu. He's up to 40 villages of 44 against 44, but there is a heroic age coming through now for Tunison, and Tunison is going to be looking for some sort of aggression, I have to imagine, in the heroic age. He could try and rush Mythic Age here, but it's a little risky because he's not that far in front on villages, and while he doesn't have to spend as much on like a... Actually, no, I don't even think he'd be able to get to the Mythic Age that much quicker than Gabu can here. Though Gabu hasn't really managed to get any value in raids. So Tunison's economy has been left to its own devices, and he has a lot of resources in the bank here. But we'll see what sort of way he wants to go. Probably the correct decision here is to stay Heroic Age, spam Spearmen and Chariot Archers. But he's gone through Sobek, which is a little confusing when you're playing against Loki. Going Nephthys makes just that little bit more sense because you get access to Nebti. And you also get access to cheaper priests, and you also get access to a little bit more economy with the feudal rights technology. But with Sobek, you're just getting stronger buildings, which obviously you can use to stay alive against any big pushes. But in this situation, I'm not exactly sure that's what's most needed. But we'll see if that's what's going to happen here in this game. As the obelisks coming up on the front. Migdol Stronghold coming through as well, as Shaft Mine immediately on the way now for Tunison. He does not have the prosperity anymore. Has to wait a little bit more on that favor for a second prosperity, but we are seeing Pegasus on the bottom here for Kaboo, spotting these villagers, and he does say, all right, let's send some Hursa in, and some value will be on the way. However, we do see Tunison, and this is his idea here. His idea is, okay, we get the hill fort, the Migdol up, we get ourselves Sun-Dried Mudbrick to make sure that any sort of big attack isn't going to work, and we go to the Mythic Age through Osiris, such that we have access to a big fat unit that is going to be able to keep ourselves alive against Myth unit spamage. Now, there is going to be a really big timing for Kaboo to hit here. He's got only 100 population, unfortunately. So he's going to need to spam units out really hard over the next little bit and then attack before this Osiris comes in. I'm not sure that that's going to be there. So he's going to have to figure out a different way to go, and this is going to be his idea. A Ford Town Center getting grabbed on this position. I love this idea. Why? Well, if your opponent is teching, a very simple answer to it is to just say, go ahead and tech. Let me take more economy. Let me take more economy. And then even if the ISIS player, even if the teching player is going to be able to push you and kill some stuff, you just have to run your villages, rotate. You got all these resources over here. Just rotate. You can literally give up the entirety of this position here and start defending here. And by that stage, your economic, your big greed, so to speak, on economy is going to be completely fine. It's going to pay itself off. You're going to be able to make a big push and catch your opponent out of position. So I like this play from Kaboo. I would love to see him even go for this town center as well, if need be. He's going to be going up through Hell, which is a stock standard classic Kaboo god. Doesn't like the tier very much. I don't see him going for it very much. As Tunison going to be dropping a Migdol Stronghold over here. But Chariot Archer's going to snipe a couple of units as Kaboo's got to be pulling back into his town center. Villagers up to the top, looking for a potential gold mine or something to jump onto. But it is a nice defensive position here for Kaboo as well. As Osiris is now in. Son of Osiris gets clicked. Siege catapults on the way. Not a lot of resources in the bank here for Tunison to really use, though, is kind of the problem. Can't get himself champion straight away. Can't get himself any of those army upgrades. The economic upgrades are also going to be needed. He's kind of currently queuing them up, grabbing Quarry, Bowsaw, Plow. It's a lot to be grabbing while trying to make some pressure happen. And here's the thing. These techs, obviously, going to help him out a ton. But the longer this attack takes, the more this town center gives to Kaboo. And Kaboo also managed to get tech in behind this as well, mind you. He's behind on military for the time being. And how are you going to kill the Son of Osiris? But he's got some options here. And we'll see if we can actually get out those options. Big important one would be to rush out Ballista as fast as possible so that he can shoot the Son of Osiris down from range. Ballista's got like 30 range or something. There's another hill fort coming through for Kaboo. Meanwhile, engineers on the way for Tunison. Going to make these catapult even more powerful. We've got Desert Wind, Heavy Spearmen, all the technologies in the world to come through as fast as possible. Tunison says, okay, time to charge forward. He's got a handful of priests. He's got the Son of Osiris. Do we see any ballista coming through? Answer is no. Trying to repair up the town center. I think you just give it up. I think it's dead, but that's totally fine because you got this one. It's not a problem. The best thing here that Gabu could try and do, we take a quick look at what the actual line of sight situation is for Tunison, is if Gabu can get around the back to prevent these guys from running and then click flaming weapons, that would be absolutely gigantic. As the Locust coming over onto this side, flaming weapons gets dropped down. The Nidhogg coming in here right on top of this army here. The Chariot Archers getting taken down, but the Nidhogg gets cleaned up incredibly quickly. The army, though, for Gabu manages to get on top of that Son of Osiris. Now it's down to half HP. Nidhogg down incredibly quickly, but the army of Tunison absolutely melts here. As Tunison getting himself up at Migdol's stronghold on the back. Got the Frost Giants coming through. All of a sudden, villagers ending up falling up onto this side. Trying to get that Migdol stronghold up. Probably going to be able to do so. Iron to respawn here is kind of big if you can get that horn blow off. His units just get such a big boost of damage. But Gabu at the moment doesn't have any siege here to break through. He's got a lot of units in queue. Everything under the sun kind of queued up. Villagers need to get to work here. But Gabu has completely stopped Tunison from being able to get anything done at the moment. Not only that, the gold mine situation here for Tunison, while it looks okay, this one's getting stolen. This one over here could get stolen as well. These gold mines here can go Gabu's way. That's a lot of gold mines more for Gabu than Tunison's got access to for the moment. I want to see Gabu claiming the rest of that bottom position. Meanwhile, Tunison is Migdol creeping. Now, there is this technology here, 545-40 for Isis. She does get those cheaper upgrades there. But without advanced fortifications, I mean, the Migdols are still scary. But with things like the Huskal at 64% PS armor, it's not that big of a deal unless you get advanced fortification. If you get that tech in, then all of a sudden you really need siege to break through on these positions. Meanwhile, we got Rampage coming through. We got the irrigation shaft mine as well on the way. There's the Chariot Archers poking forward here. But Gabu manages to claim he's now starting to claim a fourth town center. This villager trying to get walls up onto the other side. Tunison about to be 2 versus 4 town centers. He does have a Son of Osiris, which is a huge boost here. However, Gabu has the answer for this, which is just build 4 ballista. Add 4 ballista into this army. Call it a day. That Son of Osiris will not be involved in any fighting anytime soon. Not only that, the Migdols will start going down, and you can start pushing back. There's the Fire Giants going after this Migdol stronghold. The walls are up. No upgrades for the walls just yet. They would not go astray. Stone walls is an incredibly good upgrade as the Pharaohs popping out here. Tunison trying his best to hold onto this position as the Fire Giant on the back there does end up getting sniped. Couple of Chariot Archers getting that splash damage. The town center does get torn down. Now seeing a little bit of damage coming over here as the Berserk going to town. Berserk's over here cleaning up a Camel Rider. As the Son of Osiris pops through. Tunison's got to control this really, really well to win on this position. But so many Huskarls are in. Champion Huskarls to boot. Their armory upgrades, a little bit lackluster for both players here. They're about equal on armory upgrades. And Tunison is holding for the time being. Gaboo pulling back. He's still got this healing spring. It's given so much healing at the moment. As the hill fort ends up falling. Onto the bottom side here. Fire Giants just kind of popping out. Was there a temple? There is. He's got that rampage tech, so he can just pump these through. Going to be cleaning up buildings. I'm surprised Gaboo didn't just go for like mass mountain giants to just clean up this base, but nonetheless, some serious damage coming into the main base of Tunison here as the Fire Giants do get dealt with a couple of priests. And I think Tunison actually needs to get himself up a market or something. He's got to start a trade route fairly shortly. Yes, he's still got this gold mine over here that is potential to be grabbed, but he's got to start thinking about that trade route because these gold mines, they're sort of off limits. Not off limits, but difficult. He's got to push through over here and get onto that, but Catapult is in, going to take down this town center now. Tunison is slowly creeping back into this game. If he can clean this and get this back under control, he's not out of the woodwork just yet. Because he needs, like I said, he needs that trade route. He's got a little bit of gold remaining, but he needs that trade route. Meanwhile, up onto this side, the Chariot Archer, Son of Osiris, coming through. Ballista, trying to get that damage done. You've got to be careful with it. It's got to be right at the back of your army, sniping the Son of Osiris. You can't let it get too close to it, otherwise the Son of Osiris cleans it up. Meanwhile, Gaboo charging through. Chariot Archer control here from Tunison is very nice to keep that Son of Osiris alive. Retreats behind the wall there. You start getting some more damage done onto those Huskar from safety. And while Tunison is at full pop right now, he's got a lot of pop down the bottom. Those priests and Pharaoh here are going to be absolutely key. But Tunison's got a micro here. He's not targeting down the giants. Now he's going after them. We'll be able to pick those off nice and quickly. There's only one Huskar on this fight, so going to be easy to deal with that. And now the town center will be able to come through for Tunison. However, on this top side, Gaboo is fighting valiantly to break through here. Lots of units queued up. We've got that Fafnir getting spawned out over onto this side. It's 300 gold going into the back pocket of Tunison every time that Fafnir comes through. Like, it can be really, really valuable. If your opponent's got no priests out, no Pharaoh out, no Son of Osiris out, yeah, it can be really valuable. But if it spawns right in on top of a whole bucket of priests, yeah, no, that's tough. That's tough. But Tunison keeping the Son of Osiris alive for the time being, keeping his life alive here. It's getting close to falling though. 60 HP, 54 HP. Not focusing it down with everything. Down to 49 HP here. And Tunison pulls back ever so slightly here again. Does have that range advantage. 18 versus what? 14 here. The town center on the side going up though. For Tunison, he's got 19 seconds to wait. There is the Berserks charging in to clean up those Chariot Archers. No control from Tunison there to pull back. Might leave the Tunison settlement incomplete. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2. It looks like it's going to be finishing here as Gaboo just that little bit too late. Gets the town center up. However, a rock giant spawn here. The only thing more helpful than that would have been a mountain giant to take down the town center, but he'll take it. How much is the Son of Osiris? He's got 11,747 damage. He's been an absolute menace in this game. As the wall's coming through here now for Tunison, as he's slowly trying to push forward. A portable ramble is in, however, and that will put a stop to these walls here, the villagers can simply just turn around and start to shank the ram down. It's not a problem. Son of Osiris is another good option there as well. As the villagers getting sniped up here, not able to get onto the gold mine. Do we see a trade route? Tunison has 5 markets up all over on this side, looking to go up to the top position here. But Gaboo is completely on top of this spot. And all of a sudden, even though Gaboo doesn't have this town center, the fact that he has this gold mine and this gold mine remaining, that's all that's remaining on the map. The fact that he's got those gold mines now is absolutely gigantic. Tunison going to get his trade out though. So Gaboo does need to make something happen here. He's got to get some pressure in, maybe, or start a trade route himself. Or just lock off this position here as well as another option, as Tunison is now down here with Axeman, Camel Rider, Chariot Archer, a couple of priests as well coming in. Son of Osiris coming down to the bottom side of the map. And Gaboo takes this opportunity now to say, hang on, if you're not defending your Migdols, I'm just going to say it's time to break through here. He's got his town center back up. Fortified town centers coming through as well for Gaboo. We do have advanced fortifications now on the way for Tunison, which will help out with the defense. We'll see how much it's actually going to matter with the portable rams out as well. Might be too little too late. But nonetheless, it will be in as Gaboo's fortress or hill fort up here going to go down. He can now steal some gold here. This can help stabilize or help Tunison stabilize. Now he's got that advanced fortification tech. The army will be getting massacred underneath these hill forts. So Gaboo's got to be careful here. One fortress does end up falling. A couple more units need to get up here and start defending. You can see the damage coming through onto these bad boys here as well. Currently 33 kills on all of the Migdols, and one has died on the front. Over onto this side, villagers ready to drop some more Migdol stronghold, all the other good stuff. There's the Axeman trying to break through here. A couple of portable rams coming through as well. We'll try and take down the Migdol stronghold. There's just no units up here at the moment though for Tunison. He's almost out of gold here. He's got this gold mine coming through. This gold mine over here as well has been abandoned by Gaboo. Gaboo's also in a shockingly... Oh no, he's still got a gold mine at the top. 6,000 gold remaining. Gaboo's still got a huge amount of gold remaining at the top of the map. Tunison holds though. His trade route is currently stonking in terms of everything coming through here. He's got 4 trade caravans getting produced every 18 seconds. So his income will shoot through the roof here. As the throw-in axeman getting pushed back. We'll see if Tunison can convert here now. These trade caravans, unfortunately, going to the market. The first market that's built is how the trade caravans work. If you just right-click onto a town center where you want it to go, the trade caravans go to the first market you built for whatever reason. Don't ask me why. But if you right-click on top of the the market you want, then it will go to the furthest market from that, the furthest town center from that market. Nonetheless, cheeky little hill fort coming through for Gaboo. Only chariot archers on this fight here. Son of Osiris also could get targeted down by the hill fort, but not clicking on it just yet as Tunison pulls back. And look at this. Secrets of the Titans coming through for Gaboo. Could be exactly what Gaboo needs to find a win here. Gabu's he doesn't need 100 villages anymore. He actually needs a whole bunch of ox caravans. So he can convert, say, 20 food villages into berserks, build the Titan Gate while trying to defend with a little bit less population. Get that Titan out and push back. Tunis, on the other hand, no gold in the bank. How is he going to be able to get out up to a Titan? He could drop Prosperity. That'd help out his trade route, of which there are... Oops. I got this. It's 25 camel caravans at the moment. 25. Probably not enough to make complete use of that prosperity. Another idea could be to spam out mummies here. Considering this is like Huskal and throw an axeman. There's no heroes out. So mummies could be a really, really good idea. The Son of Osiris now falls after all is said and done, and this will allow the terrifying presence of this Norse army to start cutting through as Tunison pulls back into the Migdol stronghold. Another Migdol on the back here for Tunison coming in. We'll see if Tunison can do this. His trade route is now looking half decent. He's up to 39 camel caravans. On the other side, however, there is a... Did he delete the market? He's deleted the market. There is a Titan Gate for Gabu, but he's not making it just yet. A whole bunch of longhouses coming down on the back. Still trying to break through here. Just the one Migdol stronghold at the moment does not seem to be enough. There's no axemen in, which I think is the big problem for Tunison. We talked about it a little bit before, but these champion Huskal, they've got 71% pierce armor. And even though the Migdol stronghold here is doing 62.1 pierce damage per second, that's just not that much versus these champion Huskal. You need axemen, of which there are none being built by Tunison. Tunison's got himself champion axemen. Now he's building them. Is it too little too late though? Gabu getting himself up a Titan. Getting himself up forward hill forts. Does not have his technology for the hill forts just yet, but grabbing advanced fortifications makes a lot of sense. He's almost got enough resources in the bank right now for a wonder. That's how far in front he is getting here in terms of these trades at the end of this game. Some berserks trying to get in forward here to throw up a hill fort here as Tunison will put a stop to that one. And we are seeing a mummy coming in to help out. I think this is going to be important because getting that spit onto those Huskal and then the big minions to come in and help. That's 6 minions there from one special attack. I think that's going to be enough there to really help against these Huskal. If you can get a couple of those out and defend on both sides, it's going to be in a good spot. As we do have now the Secrets of the Titans queued up by Tunison, but it's very far behind here. You can buy some food, sell some wood, which is what he's going to be doing, it looks like. Stop the trade caravans from producing, get the Titan in, but Gabu's Titan is 30 seconds away. It'll be out before Secrets of the Titans even finishes for Tunison. So what Tunison actually needs here is an answer for the Titan, which is going to be actually not his own Titan. It's going to be lots of temples and lots of priests, as well as some really, really good control. There's a fortified town center for Gabu. Going down. Titan coming through now for Gabu as well. And let's just return back to the very start of this game. Remember, a certain someone gave odds to Tunison in this game. 1 minute of idle time. As the Titan rushing forward, all of the berserks in the world to repair up this fortified town center for the time being. The walls coming up over here as well to deny and protect the market from any damage. As the Titan just walks right through those walls, demolishing them. Guard towers on the way. Priest coming through. It's only the one temple, though, for Tunis. He's getting a second temple up, but he needs, like I said, I think you need about 5 or 6 temples to get the priests out to actually deal with a Titan. And I love this from Gabu. The best way to use a Titan in Age of Mythology Retold, and I'll say it once, I've said it a million times. Army plus Titan. Army plus Titan. That's the best way. Don't separate the Titan from the army. Break your opponent's army down. Kill off the buildings with the Titan around the army. Build around it. Push with it. Micro with it. Very, very important. Nonetheless, town center of Tunison going to be going down, which does mean the trade route is going to get slowed. A little tricky market over on this corner would not go astray to send those trade caravans over to this town center immediately. Is Thurazaz Rune in? I don't think so. He doesn't have it, no. The Titan down to 1800 HP, though. Tunison is defending valiantly. However, is there an attempt at a... There is going to be some portable rams coming through here. Breaking through the fortified walls and getting onto this is going to be a thing. Now, I'm going to give you guys one of the most important tricks you're going to learn for a situation like this. You just lost your trade town center or your markets, and all of your caravans are about to go idle. Instead of waiting for them to go idle and switching them elsewhere, this is your hotkey. Select all of a unit. If you don't know that hotkey, get it set up, and you can just right-click. You can get those caravans back to work immediately. Select all of a unit, of a single unit. Really, really good hotkey. But there's just not enough priests here. There's not enough priests. There's not enough gold income now either. So more so another Migdol stronghold coming down. 9,000 HP remaining on the Titan. The attack from Gabu has been thwarted on the left. However, town center on the right coming up for Gabu. Gabu is saying, this is my game now. I'm taking it. Give me the town center. Give me the population. Give me the advantage. I've got so many resources to spend. Just give me that population. As Gabu's town center finishes up. And now he's got 260 population. And he's got all the resources in the world. Tunison here does still have catapults. He can try and siege this down. He's getting the walls up. Does not have that citadel wall in just yet, but fortified walls is really, really helpful. There's now some heavy ballista coming through as well. Hill forts going up all over the place. Gabu does have himself that advanced fortifications tech as well. So they're just going to be incredibly difficult to take out. The walls coming up over here from Tunison are about to get prevented, as well as a couple of berserks sneaking through here. And Tunison, while he is holding, he's at full pop. He's got some resources in the bag. He's going to try and get a Secrets of the Titans in. This could be his way back into this game. If he gets a Titan gate out somehow, some way, like put it down onto the very bottom or something through all these buildings, can push through with his own Titan gate, his own Titan. Yeah, there's a 7,000 HP Gabuian Titan remaining, but still, slowly but surely, Gabu gaining ground here. Portable rams are in. Chariot archers don't do all too well against them, but the minions are a great option. More mummies would not go astray, but there's only 2 monuments in at the moment for Tunison. Meanwhile, on the other side, yeah, Gabu can literally call down a Nidhogg on top of these chariot archers and just say, nighty-night, Monsieur Tunison. He's not French. I don't know why I called him Monsieur. But anyways. Now the second Nidhogg coming through. And the army of Tunison will start to melt to this bad boy. He does so much damage. Even though they do have fully upgraded, Tunison is fully upgraded here, still the Nidhogg is going to get a lot of value. As the Titan left to his own devices down the bottom to clean up buildings. Tunison barely able to keep himself afloat in terms of gold here. His trade caravans getting 25 gold a trip. Siege just running in here, a consistent 260 population as Tunison is under the threat of Berserk, Huskal, Portable Ram, Titan. The Titan, however, says, all right, enough of this. I'm gonna sack myself into the town center. If we kill off the town center here, we stop the trade route, we stop Tunison from being able to survive in this game. The Titan down to 400 HP. The town center down to 600 HP. Will survive. Was this too early or too all-in of a push from Gabu? He's still sitting at 260 population. However, the Rams are cleaning everything on the other side. 300 HP worth of town center to try and keep himself in this game. But the Rams coming through. The town center falling. The trade route idling. You're going to get 0 gold from this trade route here. And Tunison's hopes of finding a win in this game seem to be fading completely here. And Tunison, after a 42-minute, 44-second grueling battle, is not able to convert a win. Gabu, an incredible defense, an incredible strategy, played out of his mind to take this win. What more can be said that hasn't already been said? Congratulations. Great game here from Gabu. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And I will see you guys in the next game. Well, there you go. There you have it. I'm going to quickly grab some water, guys. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. And then we'll keep going. We'll keep going with Castaroonies. 1 second. Alrighty, let's keep going. I decayed. I lost my 1900. I'm gonna have to play some ranked games soon. Actually, let's not watch that one. Let's find a different game. Just watched an Egyptian game, so let's watch something without Egyptian in it. Do you guys want to watch a Thor versus New War game? Oh, holy shit. No, 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 no. Do I save this one? I just love watching Gaboo. There's something about watching Gaboo that just does it for me. I don't know what it is. There's this game that Gaboo played versus Jack, and it looks like an absolute banger. You guys want to watch the absolute banger? It's got another Loki, and it's Loki versus Oranos. Will you guys allow me? Will you guys indulge me? Indulge in let me indulge. Can we bet? Bet on what? Okay. I'll make a prediction here. The prediction is going to be... Give me a second here. The prediction is going to be for the Twitch I don't know how to do this for YouTube. I don't think that it's on YouTube. But the prediction is going to be... Whichever god wins gets nerfed next patch. Okay, so we got Oranos and we got Loki. I'm going to give you guys literally 10 minutes to vote on this. What the hell does that even mean? What does that question even mean? I don't even know. Alrighty. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boyd, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Loki, is everyone's favorite Loki player. His name is Gaboo. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Oranos, he's everyone's favorite Oranos player, Jack the Rat 90. I don't know why he's called the Rat, but apparently he's called Jack the Rat, so we're just going to lock it in. We're on the map step. I warn you guys. Go grab a beverage. A tasty beverage. Go get a nice little cheeky snackaroonie. Come back. Make yourself comfortable. It's Shoutcast Sunday. And this is what we live for. This game here is going to be an absolute cracker. Alrighty. So, Loki versus Oranos. I actually don't have a fantastic grasp on this matchup. However, if you ask any of the hashtag Oranos mains, they'll say Oranos is weak. If you ask any of the hashtag Loki mains, they'll say hashtag Loki is weak. Man, if you ask any of the Egyptian mains, they'll say Egyptian is weak. If you ask any of the Greek mains, they'll say Greek is weak. If every god is weak, no god is weak. And these guys are going to show you exactly why in this game, I'm sure. Temple coming down for Jack 90 on the top. I have to imagine he's going to be going through Oceanus in this one. Prometheus is an option a lot of the time, but against Norse, the only way to make Prometheus work is to give the entirety of the map over to the Norse player early on, which is really, really tough for an Oranos player to actually want to have happen. You want the space for the oracles. You want the ability to move around the map for your sky passages. What else do you want? I don't know. Basically, you just don't want to. You don't want to give up. You don't want to concede map in terms for trying to make a death ball. In other words. Meanwhile, temple up for Gaboo. And we do have the Oceanus on the way for Jack. No surprises. It's quite quick here. Jack was a proponent of the Economic Guild hand axe pickaxe opening against Norse. But he seems to have grown. And he says, you know what? No, that's not what we need here. We need to go to a pretty quick advance time. We need to get our double military academies up, or whatever they're called, military barracks up immediately to start pumping out Mermillo. Has to be the option here for Jack 90. On the other side, the thing with for Gaboo is that he loves a good Hersur spam. If he can get his Hersur spam off, you know he's going to go for it. He's a big fan. But against double military barracks, you can't really go for a Hersur spam. You have to get barracks down. You have to get throw an axeman out. Which then in turn gives the Oranos player some options here. For example, option number 1. Carnivora on top of the Thrown Axeman. Option number 2. Shockwave on the Thrown Axeman to allow the Mermillos to clean up all of the Hersur that are getting built before the Thrown Axeman can really get engaged in the fight. And then option number 3 is to Carnivora the Throwing Axeman, in turn shockwaving the Throwing Axeman back into the Carnivora. Now, we will be seeing immediately Caladria looking for some stuff. There is a cheeky little Mermillo scouting everything out. And Gaboo has opened up with his stock standard Great Hall, which will give Jack a bit of an advantage going early on in this game. Yeah. Sniping a cheeky Gatherer over here. Not quite able to pick it off as the Mermillo going to be retreating. Jack's Mermillo coming in here, trying to snipe the Hersur. Let's get a little bit of damage done, but there is going to be options for dropping a Healing Spring, which he does do. And now Gaboo pulls back into his town center. He's got these chickens on the front here. That's going to be nice. Over onto this side, one Hersur does end up losing its life here. Not the best start for Gaboo. You really don't want to be losing a single Hersur. However, for the moment here, Jack finished up with his hunt in his main base. He's going to drop a Sky Passage and actually jump onto goats early on here. A little bit surprising to see that, to be honest. Could go on to chickens. He could go onto the berries, but he just wants to get the Sky Passage in the middle, so it's nice and safe for his villagers and all the other good stuff. As Eyes in the Forest coming through for Gaboo, so we can see just a little bit more of the map as he's running around. Still pumping out those Hersur for the time being. Does not have a barracks down just yet. Couple of random goats over onto this side as well as Mermillo with the spy on top of it. I love that spy there from Gaboo. He will be in a good position to defend. However, Jack is in 2 different spots. So if he does get caught out over here, he's going to have to know, well, this group here has a spy on it. And he can think about how he's going to deal with that. No Caladria on this spot will allow some serious damage to come in. The units over here sitting, waiting, watching. But there are a handful of Hersur and a Berserk over on this spot from Gaboo to defend. As the Carnivora gets dropped down, eats up a Berserk. Does it eat a Berserk? Yeah, eats up a Berserk. Not the best of Carnivora usages there from Jack. That's going to get cleaned up. The villagers will get back to work. Longhouse coming up over onto this side. Jack's now out into the center of the map now. He can start with his crazy Sky Passage shenanigans here as well. Whenever he feels like it, he's got the option to go into some more things later on. He's got his Economic Guild up now as well. Wants to grab himself that pickaxe and all the other good stuff that comes from that. His Watchtowers is through from Gaboo. And Gaboo's been locked off the map now. He's not able to get his hunt. Jack is sitting over onto this position, denying this. He's over here, denying this. And thanks so much for the subscription there. Adto XO Tai, I appreciate you, my friend. I don't know how to say your name, but I appreciate you. That's the Mamillo over here getting caught. Getting caught out. Nice micro from Gabu to keep his Hersa alive. Shockwave onto the Hersa there is... That's a good trade there for Gabu. He gets to just retreat, heal up. Both players heal up, but Jack is down. A free Shockwave. As the Mamillo at the top getting caught. Might end up falling here. Every little bit of damage counts from the side of Gabu. As medium infantry gets in and he keeps it alive with 1 HP. Are you kidding me? No, no. Oh, he's so close. He had the Galadria. He missed it. Nonetheless, Hersa to pull back now. A town center coming through for Gabu, but that is spotted immediately from Jack. All the Mamillo heroes in the world out of position. Town center. He's just going to say, all right, you spotted me. No worries. We'll just run. That's the Mamillo. Getting sniped. Will he kill it? Yes, he does. And he gets a Draugr here. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the hero Mamillo's charging in. Galadriel gets sent out of the range of everything. Town Center getting some damage down onto a medium Mamillo over here. Not a hero Mamillo, just the medium one. Keeps it alive for the time being. Retreats out. Might be able to snipe it with the tower. Does manage to do so. So a nice little trade there. Tower for Mamillo. Goldmine's got 658 gold left on it. However, Gabu uses this opportunity here to put some pressure back over onto Jack. As Gabu going to be pulling back into his main base. He's got himself Bragi on the way. Now the Oracle's coming through for Jack. He says, all right, we've locked Gabu into his main base. It's time to get a little bit something going on here. Now is the scary part, though, for Jack, because he's not going to have access to Chaos. There's going to be a potential flaming weapons coming for him. But he does manage to knock off this gold mine for a little bit, which is a big deal. As Gabu trying to hold over onto this spot, retreating. That troll looks like it will end up falling here, unfortunately. Villagers a little bit out of position. Got to get back over onto that gold mine here. Gabu is so good at just staying alive. I mean, for me, I'm just like, I need to get these villagers back to work. I've got to get these villagers back to work. But Gabu says, let's just wait for the chaos to leave. Keep our villagers alive. We'll get back onto the gold mine when we possibly can. And we'll just say that's fine. It's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, another longhouse to come down. There's a lot of resources in the bank now for Gabu. I don't think Gabu is thinking at the moment that he needs to go and win the game right now. I think he's thinking, how can I expand out to get another gold mine? That's the Mamillo heroes coming through here. Snipes one. Does it go down? Yes, one goes down there. Every little bit matters here. On the other side, we see Hyperion queued up. Jack turns around. This is not what he wanted to have happen here. A Valkyrie spawns, and now only 3 hero Mamillos remaining. Mamillo's coming over onto this side. Going to be looking to hit the wood line yet again. And the Mamillos do come through. I'll pick off 1 villager, 2 villager. And they're going to have to get out of there. Nice little raid from Jack there as Gabu says, okay, we'll get our gold mine secured. We're still good here. We are behind on villagers, but that's nothing different to normal in this matchup. Hasn't really lost a huge amount. However, there's 6 oracles out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are overlapping each other, so they're not the most. They're not placed the best. But with the hill fort up, Gabu's in a good spot. I'd love to see this walled off as well, just to prevent any sort of random raids from getting around and hitting the villages, or like a shockwave to send the villagers over here, and then he cuts them all off or something like that. But nonetheless, great haul coming up for Gabu. Up to the top here. Medium Murmillos hanging out.
Burek.
Over onto this side, the Murmillos swinging in. Going to be able to lock everything off here. Good defense from Jack as Gaboo not quite able to make a whole lot done there. But now with Hyperion in, you almost can't click Flaming Weapons, but also Jack kind of can't click Chaos. If he does want to click it, then that leaves open a Flaming Weapons a little bit later. Now you could click Chaos, take some damage, have a Sky Passage behind, Flaming Weapons comes through, drop through the Sky Passage, retreat elsewhere, and then come back in and take a fight after the Flaming Weapons finishes. But still. 2 TC, going to be through for Jack. He's got gold mines here. He's got a Sky Passage coming up over onto this side as the Citizen's making its way over there. Now Gaboo grabbing his town center. It's going to be 2 town centers apiece. And I think after all is said and done, like it's 48-40. Gaboo's in a fantastic spot here. Lots and lots of Murmillos out. And a whole bunch of Contarius to come through for Jack as well. Now for the moment here, Gaboo is almost preparing to deal with Arcus, which aren't coming. In fact, we're seeing full hero Contarius on the way. Now, these guys move really quickly. 6.1 speed. They got that heal as well, so they can sit underneath the town center for a while, juking around. Gaboo now moving out on the map in search of a little something here. Will he run into these Contarius? Yes, he does. Thought about retreating for the moment there, but we'll at least be able to snipe a Hersa. Oh, no. Good defense there from Gaboo. And behind this, Murmillos getting heroized as well. And this army is so strong. So strong for Jack. Once you get heavy infantry, you get this technology in, which gives that heal once you see that little plus on the heroes. These things just become really, really tough to kill. The trolls become somewhat useless as well, because you get a full army of heroes, so those aren't going to be worth building. You see walls coming up as well for Jack to protect everything over onto the right-hand corner there. A couple of Arcus now starting to come in as well, but they don't have any upgrades just yet. A little bit of a raid coming through as Gaboo not paying attention. He'll start taking some damage here. He does have himself that survival equipment technology. In fact, he's also got that relic as well that helps the villagers regen, no? Oh no, he's under the healing spring. Nonetheless, a couple of Herdmen are out to try and chase down the Jack. Contarius over onto this side. Hersa looking to hit this position, but very easy defense from Jack there by popping through. Defends. There's a throw an axeman. Wander forward and try and at least snipe the Sky Passage over here and stop the easy movement around the map ever so slightly. Contarius getting chased. Those Herdmen hurt. Does he have the upgrade? I think he does. 6.4 bonus damage there. Meanwhile, Jack is full pop. Does have favor to drop everything. More heroes getting converted. Arcus getting converted. Murmillos getting converted. Just trying to spend every little bit of resource here to make this army as strong as he possibly can. As the army charges forward, Carnivora gets dropped down. Gaboo trying to pull back, but there's that shockwave as the retreat just does not work out all too well. The army of Gaboo gets somewhat erased here. As Gaboo pulls, getting himself out the right units now. He needs Thrown Axemen, he needs Herdmen, he needs a good defensive position. There's just so many units in for Jack at the moment. No chaos getting dropped. Does not need it, it looks like. Meanwhile, the dwarves going down over here. Pulling off the gold mine. Trying to snipe those as best as possible. And there's the chaos to come down, which Gaboo's waiting for. It gives about 3 minutes of flaming weapons over to Gaboo, but he drops it immediately. Is this going to be enough to hold this position? We'll have to wait and see. There's 5.1k of military resource value here. Galadriel gets sniped as it's floating there. Takes the town center down and will, simply put, just pull back now. But I imagine immediately the town center will come back up for Gaboo here. Meanwhile, Jack's on 3 town centers. There is going to be 3 town centers for Gaboo as well momentarily, I'm sure. There's more military barracks coming down. And Jack trying to get his army back up to full population here. Still doing the AOM campaign. Get that one done. It's a lot of fun. Now Jack's just gonna pull off. He's done damage. He says, I don't need a win right now. Let's just retreat. We'll get some more things going. Town center coming up for Gaboo. Now the Contarius swinging around this way. A hill fort is up from Gaboo. He is slowly claiming more of the map. Does he have crenellations? No crenellations in here. Does mean that these Contarius heroes can basically float in underneath this base for quite some time. But the Herdmen coming over here for a little bit of a defense. Get a couple of smacks. We'll be able to snipe one. Nope. Manages to pull out of there as now the units coming into the front here. They've got that sky passage on the front. And all of a sudden, life is going to be very, very challenging here for Gaboo. Where's the rest of his army? Chasing those Mamillo heroes around. Village is falling here as Jack is all over Gaboo at the moment. Getting a whole bunch of villager snipes pulling back out. The Murmillo heroes coming over onto this side as well, but there are some units sitting, waiting, watching here, and they will end up sniping the remnants of the army. Just a little bit of pain coming through for the time being, but this Murmillo here, look at it go, so strong. But it does end up falling. Over onto this side, Gaboo also saying, I can't quite take this fight, but he is keeping himself competitive in this game. Let's have a little quick look at the economic upgrades. No bow saw, but he has irrigation. He's got shaft mine. On the other side, no bow saw and irrigation is coming through. So a slight advantage in terms of economic upgrades for Gaboo. Question is, what do you do with this favor as Loki? Well, you've got an extra healing spring, extra flaming weapons. If your opponent's spamming heroes out, then yeah, you just use your god powers on or your favor on god powers, right? Now obviously there's going to be the chaos there, so you have to be careful, but still. I feel like you can sort of track it because he's going to be using it on cooldown now if he takes any fights. Because he doesn't expect to see another flaming weapons. Meanwhile, up onto the top side of the map, Stray Citizen. Can't leave that Citizen over here. That's going to be a pain in the backside of Gaboo here. As Gaboo charges forward, but as soon as the army gets close, Jack just pulls back, repositions Carnivora onto the back line here. And Gaboo will need to pull back. Shockwave onto those units as well. It's so brutal. Arca's coming through, and he cleans up yet another army of Gaboo. Meanwhile, Helios, they got a choice here for Jack. Rather than going for Hecate, which makes some sense, but he's got so many Arcas. He can grab that technology Halo of the Sun, which boosts up the Arcus and the Fire Siphon, but the Arcus range going up. These guys have already got 21 range. They go up to 22 range, I believe. Meanwhile, the walls going up over here. Got double markets for Gaboo. Walls coming up to the top side as well for Jack as he's claiming the rest of the map. Now, Mythic Age is in for Gaboo. He's got that tier. He drops the Thimble Winter in. I was thinking another cast of Gaboo's. He doesn't like Thimble Winter. He doesn't like going tier. He much prefers the Hell. But in this situation, Thimble Winter will get some serious damage onto this Jack army. Or economy, so that he can actually get some damage onto the army here. As Chaos gets dropped down. Does unlock a Flaming Weapons here. Got to get that favor in though. Needs another 40-ish favor to be able to drop a Flaming Weapons. But then there's going to be Vortex to just simply run away from it. There's a Hill Fort coming through for Gaboo. Up onto this side, little cheeky raid gets dealt with. We just have to wait for the Jack Mythic Age here as well, as double Hill Forts coming in for Gaboo. Now Helios comes in and Jack immediately queues up Halo of the Sun, getting his technologies in. So look at this. There's an extra 1 range plus 10% bonus damage. And all of a sudden, those heavy Arcus, which are pretty strong, to be honest, get really, really, really strong. Plus, you get the Sky Passages to sort of walk around. Now, I was kind of the opinion, like, why would I ever go Helios if I'm playing Oranos? Because I can just use the Sky Passages to teleport. But realistically, the reason why is Arcus. Arcus plus Sky Passage? You don't even need a God Power. These things are insane. They're so strong. We'll see if Gaboo can work it out. As the Arcus are now in the right position here. Realistically here, the right way to play, I think, on the side of Gaboo is building based. He's got to get building set up and then push an area. Centamanus tanking up for a little bit here as Gaboo's got to pull back. He's got himself that trade route started. 96 gold a trip up onto the top side as well. Jack's going for his own trade route. There is a gold mine in the middle of the map, but Jack's got a little bit of gold left over here before he needs it, and over here in the center of the map as well. Now the Arcus with 22 range, they can snipe that hill fort, get himself that burning pitch technology, and they can deal some serious damage here. There's a fire siphon out for Jack. Now I'm going to start burning down the hill fort from range. As Gaboo has to say, all right, no worries. I will repair. But Jack's sniping units left, right, and center. Hill fort coming up over here for Jack. For Gaboo. And this is what he needs to do, but he needs to deal with that fire siphon somehow. At the moment, it's 26 Huskal versus 34 Arcus heroes. But these are like longbows from like Age of Empires 2 or Age of Empires 4, right? Those Arcus, they do crazy damage. They sit from range. They're amazing. Great usage of walls here as well. Impossible to engage those Arcus at the moment. Kabui needs to figure out a different place to attack here. He absolutely needs to figure out a different place to attack here. Shockwave gets dropped down. Arcus popping in and out. All those fire siphons will now fall. There's no siege in at the moment for Kaboo, but he doesn't need to care about the palace. He's got basically pure Huskal charging in over here. He does drop down that Carnivora, popping from one side of the Sky Passage to the other side here. Sniping the Sky Passage is probably your best bet. It's got 600 HP, and then you can clean up those Arcus. And Jack can't really afford to rebuild this army at the moment. Kaboo's got a lot of idle units over here. He's got to get those to come through. There is no tech in for Jack just yet. No advanced fortifications. He's going after the palace. These Huskal do have bonus damage versus buildings with bravery. So it's totally fine for him to charge in here and get this done. As the Sky Passage over here going to be going down. And following that, he will be able to charge after these Arcus. But the numbers for Kaboo are slowly dwindling. Vortex gets dropped over here as another palace comes through, and all of a sudden Kaboo goes, oh, I can't keep pushing there. I'm going to have to go elsewhere. And elsewhere he does decide to go. If I can't kill the army, maybe I just need to go kill something else here. As he's going to move straight up to the top side. The Murmillo's chasing as the Sky Passage is getting built. There is a Sky Passage over here for Jack. But the town center is going to get torn down here. Chaos gets dropped. Is that going to be enough? As Kaboo needs to click back onto the town center. He doesn't go for it. All the army up here for Kaboo does end up falling, it looks like. Town center lives for a little bit longer. But into the middle, Kaboo is coming. I want to see watchtowers. I want to see hill forts. On the other side for Jack, he needs to figure out a way to stop that. So fire siphons. He's got the fire siphons as well, though. Walls coming up over onto this side as the army decides, all right, let's see if we can get in here. Throw an Axener in to deal with those Murmillos. There's no Arcus heroes on the top at the moment as the army charges over here. A Sky Passage to come through right on top of the town center to defend. As the Arcus are going to pop through. More units coming up to the top. Still not getting these buildings up. It's just Sky Passage over onto this side as well. And Kaboo is not able to break through just yet. Jack's defense, so far in this game, on point. He's a throwing axeman cleaning up. A couple of Murmillo over here. A couple of throwing axemen going down. Huskal get pulled because they're going to charge over here and try and take out those Arcus heroes. Well, there's just too many Arcus there for the time being. I mean, both players have kind of got infinite gold at the moment. See the trade route sort of just walking through the center of the map here. The hill forts are in. I want to see him getting close up onto this spot so he can start sieging this down. Do we see any siege? Do I have a portable ram in or two? The Jack is just playing full turtle mode at the moment. He's not actually managing to make any ground back elsewhere. That's the problem. It's the problem with what Jack's playstyle is right now. Jack needs to get something done. He has Vortex to make it happen. He's got a Sky Passage on the front here to start pushing forward. Potentially some like Fire Siphon or something diving through here to come into here. Some palace coming up onto this side. Jack doesn't have the resources for that just yet. At the moment, he's got himself 23 llama caravans only. He's not spamming them out. Still got a little bit of gold left. As Gaboo charging in with this army here, he's got to be careful with just face tanking all those Arcus. But then again, he's got so many units queued up. He's actually making Fenris Wolf Broods here. I don't know if I like that. He's got access to flaming weapons, which would be really, really helpful here. Obviously, Jack's also got access to chaos. But every time Gaboo pushes forward, he's not able to keep going. I don't mind him doing this, but while he attacks with this, he needs to be getting things up over here, over here, over here, and breaking into this base. That absolutely needs to happen here. So Amillo's getting cleaned up. But that Arcus ball sitting here. And you guys, there's the answer now for Gaboo. This is what he needs. Towers, he doesn't have access to that very, very important technology. What's it called? Safeguard, because he didn't go through Heimdall. But still, towers, hill forts. Hill forts are probably the better bet than watchtowers for Norse. If you max out on hill forts, then start going in with the watchtowers. Much damage on the Arcus ball. It's got 17,000 on this Arcus ball at the moment. It's not that many there. There you go. 29,000 on the Arcus ball. Are you kidding me? Absolutely insane. Skaboo slowly building up into this center. Absolutely what he needs to do. But while he's doing this, a fire siphon coming through. He also needs to get himself siege out to break through his opponent's buildings. He's got Huskar, which are going to be completely fine as well. That's another good option. Wall getting broken down over here. Gaboo's still trying to break through. That is a lot of Fenris Wolf Brood. The problem here is that is more Arcus heroes than one needs to deal with this many Fenris Wolf Broods. What is Gaboo thinking here with this? Break through the wall, try and kill off the town center? Well, he's just going to pop through the sky badge. He's got chaos as well to lock the wolves in place. You can't even run. He's going to lose them all. These things are doing 60 damage per attack, 40 damage per second. Now the Ark is coming over here. Portable rams onto this side to take things out here. And now Gaboo has to pull back, but I mean, I just don't understand the thought process here. This just doesn't make any sense. He was making so much good ground, spamming Huskal here, but he comes in, he spots those heavy fire siphons. This is going to be a nice little snipe for him. As the Arcus are over here, picking off more of these Fenris Wolves. Ursa queued up. Look at the resources in the bank now for Gaboo, though. More rams to come through. Does manage to snipe the town center. If he can replace these Fenris Wolves with a whole bunch of Huskal now, he might be able to break through, but town center getting rebuilt. Hill fort's going down as the buildings over here under attack. Jack's base is starting to have issues at the moment. As the Huskal do manage to get on top of those Arcus here. Great catch out. All of a sudden, a huge amount of losses for Jack. He does have 23 military barracks, though, with every unit under the sun queued up. So it's not going to be the end of the world, just losing one little bit of army there. Little quick armory check, making sure everyone's got everything. Jack doesn't even have full pierce armor at the moment. He doesn't care. As the Huskarl's charging after the Sky Passage with a Chaos there, but once that Chaos is over, clean the Sky Passage, take the town center down is an option. As the fighting's still going on in the center of the map, Jack's still trying to hold on here, but the map has been opened up. Palace is starting to come down as well for Jack. Now we see Berserker Gang on the way for Gaboo. You have to remember, he does have super Berserks in this game. He's got Forseti. He's got Bragi. And he's got Fimbulwinter. So these Berserks are insane once all these techs come in, of which he has every single one of them. But the Arcus are also insane. So there's that. As the Hero Mamillos getting little bits of damage done over here. Hill fort for Gaboo. On the way in the middle of the map. So the Palace also on the way for Jack. And it is so far looking like Jack is still holding here. He's getting a bigger wall up over onto this side. Look at this. He's got the double walls up. I want to see him putting pressure onto Gaboo. If he kills this town center off, all of a sudden Gaboo's in a bit of a tricky position. As Berserk's colliding in the center, more hill forts, more palaces, more everything. Why not spam? But where's the siege? Some portable rams would not go astray here. Some fire siphons would not go astray here. In fact, actually for Jack, what wouldn't be bad is a whole bunch of towers, because he's got access to guard towers as the Atlantean player. Not exactly sure what's going on over here. Excuse me. All right, we'll see if Gaboo can actually break through. Gets a Fafnir spawn against all those. There's actually not that many heroes at the moment, so it's probably not that bad. Now the palace is getting broken down. Sky Passage as well to go down. The Fafnir unfortunately does get cleaned up pretty quickly there. As another palace to fall. Gaboo might be able to charge in here and take out the main town center. But, I mean, in a game like Age of Mythology, you can't really just play defense the entire time, can you? You're going to lose the map. However, there is a problem, actually. Maybe you can play defense forever. Maybe the game plan here for Jack is to simply say, I don't need as much wood as you do. I don't need as much wood as you do. Wood will run out. And then all of a sudden, Gaboo will be restricted to just food and gold units, which means no Huskarl, which means no Thrown Axeman. Now, there is a unit here which I think Gaboo is sorely missing. The Jarl. He doesn't have any upgrades or unique upgrades for it. But very tanky against those champion Arcus. Costs food and gold. Doesn't cost wood. Probably not a terrible idea. I love the portable ram here. 90% pierce armor, stays alive forever underneath that Arcus ball. I say forever and it does die to the Arcus ball. But anyways, Jack making his little run through this little bit. He's got that wall on the back there to run towards. In fact, Jack's actually hurting on gold a little bit. If he loses his army, he's going to be in a bit of a tough position. This game is right on the edge. And now we are actually seeing those Jarls, but I don't think you go Jarls straight away. I don't think you go Jarls straight away. You've got to get those upgrades in first and foremost. And all the units falling on this side. As Kaboo's still just trying to break through. He's just losing so many units on this spammage. I mean, I think the thing is on the other side, because Jack's only gone 30 llama caravans, he's got an extra 30 military population to play with than what Kaboo has. But Kaboo's got 50 villagers. So realistically, they've got equal economy. Both players got about the same amount of military units. Wait, did Kaboo lose a town center? One? He did. Kaboo lost a town center somewhere here. I didn't... Looks like it was a fire. No? I missed it completely. So did Kaboo, apparently. And Jack manages to clean up a town center there, and that forces Kaboo back. He's back in Ulf Jarl. You can't be making Ulf Jarls. I like the idea of going into Jarl here when there's no infantry, but you need to have champion legendary Jarls. You can't have great Jarls, Ulf Jarls. They need to be legendary. But I guess Kaboo can't even afford to build those just yet. The wood line is finished up. And a Titan Gate now coming through for Jack. His spidey senses are tingling. There's a little bit of wood over here, a little bit of wood over here. This like wall Arcus shenanigan is doing so much work for Jack in this game. Over onto this side. Pascal trying to break through. Town center going down. The Titan Gate over here is another threat. There's no sky passage around here. And Fimbulwinter, to get dropped down, does not spot, unfortunately, does not spot the Titan Gate here. Now, I see this up the top here. I don't think Kaboo would see that. I think that's just like a graphical bug or something from having the observer having it flipped on. But still, Kaboo trying to break in here, trying to get something to have happen. My frames per second are hurting at this point in the game because there's that many buildings and units on the screen. There's the sky passage. Falls. Iron walls is in as well. Yeah, these walls are getting pretty strong. 2,520 HP of wall here. As Kaboo is just trying to break through everything. Portable rams. You don't beat rams with Arcus. You beat rams with Murmillos. Kaboo breaks through this iron wall over here, coming over onto this position to try and take out the town center. And Jack says, not today, Sonny Jim. I'm already over here. I can also chaos you if he wants to. There he goes. Chaos the army. Slow the damage down. Kaboo has to grab the units and then right-click straight away. He does do that, but is he going to be able to finish off the town center? So the answer is yes, but he loses so many units for it. Over onto this side as well, trying to break through onto the front side. Does kill off the sky passage. There is a citizen here to rebuild that one, though. It's the Titan Gate slowly coming up. There's only 4 villages on it. How long is that? 220 seconds. Jack says, all I gotta do is stay alive. That's like, if I don't resign, I don't lose this game. That's what's going through Jack's head. He's got no rush. There's no like timer on his above his head that's saying, if this gets to 0, I lose the game. He goes, no. I got all the time in the world. I just don't want to lose. We get the Titan out when we get the Titan out. It's fine. On the flip side here, Gaboo has given himself just a little bit more economy. He's put the villagers back up. He's got 67. He's up to 30 villagers on food. Needs probably more like 40 villagers and to get the rest of those upgrades in. But I think the one thing that is just like the most impressive in this game thus far is while Jack is going for a very heavy Arcus ball here consistently, the ability to consistently change between Murmillo, Contarius, and all that stuff is really, really helping him out. As we see on the back here now, though, Gaboo does say, okay, I will go for my own Titan Gate. Now, this gives Jack something to think about. You just go, all right, we'll put a whole bunch more villagers onto the Titan Gate, try and find where the enemy is. He does have Vortex as well, so he can teleport onto this and kill this off if he starts scouting around. He can build himself a Caladria to do that as well if he wants to. He can just get like some Caladria out, fly around. Yes, there's going to be some buildings here, but run this way, come around this way. Might be able to find it here. It's a bit of a risk, but definitely worth trying, I guess. As the hill forts in the center of the map are going down slowly but surely. Fire Siphon cleaning up the hill forts and all the other good stuff there as well. As Gaboo has to fall back. He's losing his hill fort. He's losing everything in the center. Titan Gate with all the berserks in the world on it right now. He's got 39 there, it looks like, or almost 39. 38 on the Titan Gate, which does just allow Jack to take some of this center ground here. Now, the good thing about Gaboo getting a Titan here is that Jack won't be able to just run his Arcus back through a wall, because you just chase the Arcus and walk over the wall and kill the wall, which will then allow the Huskarl to chase in after it. So, but the problem is that Jack's also going to have a Titan. So both players have a Titan, but one player's got a butt ton of heroes. Now, Gaboo can make a butt ton of heroes himself as well, a whole bunch of Goaty, but they just aren't that useful, I think. There's the Berserks. Now, charging forward. The Titan out for Jack as well. As both of these Titans will be meeting in the center of the map. And straight through the Sky Passage he goes. Sky Passage gets cleaned up. Arcus Ball will start to go down here. These Berserks are strong. Chaos, however, flips the script there. That's the Titan going to be breaking down things over here. Where is the Titan of... There it is. Breaking some walls. Pulling back. A couple of Hersa to come in to help out. Hero numbers are insane for Jack at the moment, but... I mean, Gaboo at the moment probably thinks, if we just take this fight, we good. He gets the first hit off. In this fight, he gets 2 hits off. Jack's not paying attention. This is exactly what Gaboo needs for a big, big advantage in this game. More Hersa coming through. Still not paying attention here. The Hersa will end up dying. And now finally Jack turns on. No, he hasn't. He hasn't. He's going to lose it. Now he starts bashing away, but that's so late. Gaboo's Titan sitting at 16,000 HP. Jack's Titan going to be falling here. Oh, but Gaboo retreats. Does take 1 hit, but it looks like that's going to be fine. Jack's Titan is basically dead here. In fact, 300 HP and will end up falling. But Gaboo now needs some answers for these Arcus. He needs pure Huskarl. Maybe something else as well, but he needs to run forward with the Titan, break down the walls, kill off the Sky Passage, charge in here, work together You can't really rotate around against Oranos with a Titan because he can just pop through the sky passage and defend. Meanwhile, over onto this side, they're going to break through the gates here. It takes so long for a batch of units to kill off a wall here. You need siege or a big fat Titan. That's Gaboo coming over to try and take out the sky passage, but the Arcus are in. One banging the sky passage is fantastic. Now the Arcus in hot pursuit. They are fast in the Titan. 4.3 speed versus 4.1 speed as the Berserk's managing to get over onto this position, but a couple of Murmillos are in for defense. Is this going to be enough, though? There's a lot of units over here. A Carnivora gets called in, but at this point in the game, not that helpful. And now Gaboo says, if I can get over here into this sky passage, it's going to be great. Takes down the wall. And we've got Vortex. So it's not going to be enough. Gaboo's got to retreat. He's going to lose this Titan so fast to all these Arcus. Shockwave up onto this spot as the Berserk's trying to clean up the sky passage there. Has he got anything going into the main base? No, not just yet. Titan now down to 5,000 HP. As the Berserks slowly getting cleaned up by the Arcus. Those Murmillos tanking nicely. The Berserks are far. They're really, really strong here in the main base. A cheeky little Fafnir is going to be big. Big help at the Titan getting chased down by those heroes. Will end up falling here. 1,000 HP left. He does have a tiny bit of HP regen as he's got his upgrade through his As Ruin. But after all is said and done, the Titan is down, and we are back to square one here as the battle, the fatigue setting in this ridiculous battle of endurance continues along. Flaming Weapons gets dropped, Chaos gets dropped, but Flaming Weapons last 30 seconds. The Arcus going to be retreating back through the sky passage to come and defend here. And you just gotta ask yourself, like, man, this is insane. Wood right now is 287 gold a purchase. There's no wood lines left for Gaboo in this game. He can make Herser, he can make Jarl, he can make Berserk, he can make Herdman, he can make Troll, he can make Battle Boar, he can make Fenris Wolf. That's about it. He can make a lot of siege. He has to pay for it. He does have infinite gold with that 60 gold in the trade route. He's got a lot of gold in the bank, but it hurts. It hurts buying that wood at this point. As some Huskars coming up onto the top here. We'll clean up the sky passage first. There's a portable ram coming through. We'll, just got to actually click on the wall, though. Not paying attention onto that side. Now he does. Should be able to break this down relatively quickly. There's Jack still managing to hold all over the place. The Herser spammage coming through. You're going to see a lot of myth unit spawns. Does Jack have the favor? Yes, he does. Does Jack have the favor to make those heroes at the moment? The answer is definitely yes. An Iron spawn to come through. It's pure Herser spam. I think Berserks is probably the best call here for Gaboo. He's not able to spam these units out fast enough. He is slowly losing a grip on this game. That's a cheeky little tower coming up. A cheeky little tower from Gaboo. He's finally snuck through. You can get enough of those up. I mean, maybe a little cheeky barracks wouldn't have gone astray here. A couple of barracks first and then spam the Berserks. And behind Jack here, getting him caught out of position and getting a kill. But it looks like this does get spotted. Hero Murmillos coming in. You just get so much value from these heroes. At this point, like you go, man, Oranos army's so expensive. But then you go, yeah, but if I convert it, then I'm getting HP regen. And that pays for itself. It just pays for itself. Kaboo struggling for resources at the moment. Berserk's now queued up. Still trying to break through the middle. Another Einherry spawn. It's a big, big help here. There will be access to another flaming weapon soon, maybe. The Einherry helps out so much. That's such a big spawn. Rock Giant, not so much, but the Einherry, if you keep that one alive and you just keep on using that special, it's huge. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Jack is attempting a little sneaky. Couple of idle fire siphons, plus what's in the thing? Nothing. He's going to break down these walls. And yeah, if you can lock this trade off, I think he might be able to find a win here. But Kaboo also just needs to walk over here and lock this trade off. Or walk through here and lock this off. And then all of a sudden, Jack, while he does have 7,000 gold in the bank, will also eventually lose here. See a couple of Hersa. They do notice this. Coming up to try and put a stop to this little attack. But with his Sky Passage in, Jack can almost just say, no worries, I'll just go over there, immediately deal with this and just keep pushing. These are Orichalcum walls. Look at them. They got 3,120 HP. Compare that over to here to this 1,500 HP. They got double the HP of the Norse wall. That being said, the Norse player can easily put up multi-layer walls. So you could effectively have double walls as well. It's a lot easier than the Atlantean player has it. But this looks like, if Jack continues this way, Kaboo will end up losing this game. He has to defend this. And the Murmilla is now going after the market. Fire Siphon in. And that market goes down. The next market also going to be falling. Kaboo needs to send all of his army up to the top here and deal with this, which will then give Jack the ability to move through the center of the map if need be. Meanwhile, the portable rams cleaning everything up over onto this side as well. I love this little wall here with the Sky Passage behind it. It's going to be a big, big help. But so far, Jack just needs to defend 33 villages right now for Kaboo, though. Kaboo says, I don't need no nothing in this game. I don't need no economy, just pure military. With 33 villages and 60 trade caravans, staying at full pop, that's tough. That's a big ask. The Fimbulwinter, if it spawns well, you can clean up a lot of trade caravans. But Jack at the moment, I mean, he's got so much. He still has wood left. Can you believe he's still got wood left? Obviously, he hasn't been spamming anything. Like, he hasn't even been buying Arcus. He's just, none of his Arcus are dying. None of his Arcus are dying at all. Oh, and now he comes down to the bottom side and he says, "Hello there, sailor. The markets must die. Your trade route must be put to rest here." And I think with this attack, what else can Gaboo do? Jack has got all the control. He's got all of his base defended with walls. He's putting a sky passage up here to add insult to injury. The trade route dying. Gaboo's got 3,500 gold in the bank at the moment, but he's got 70 population. I think he is sitting here going, what the hell just happened in this game? How did I lose this? Sometimes an hour-long game, you need to just sit there and just go, what the actual just happened? As Jack takes the hour-long victory with Oranos against the powerhouse Loki. I'm sure you're as exhausted as they are at this point, just watching. What an insane game. I don't know what else to say, but well played to Jack. Well played to Gaboo. Some post-game stats for your viewing pleasure. 1 hour long. Are you kidding me? 1 hour long. Statistics. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of favor. Largest army, 367. Excuse me? That doesn't look correct, but 1,883 units killed to 1,022. The difference maker in the endurance game is that. All resources collected through the stratosphere for the Loki. But it doesn't matter because the Oranos is just in such a... It just was not losing units. Let's take a look at the civilian unit count and see if this tells a story. You can see that Gaboo is in front for the majority of it in terms of villages. Jack does take over in the end as Gaboo sort of cuts everything for a while there, but what a game. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button, and all the other good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one. What is happening with my thing? It's like my bloody... You know what? I'm just going to do this. For whatever reason, my chat with Restream is just not working. And I don't know why. So what I'm going to do is pop the chat out manually for both. And now I should be able to see. Okay, here we go. Cast Cyajin versus Dark Soul. Are they playing live now at the moment, or what's happening? Okay, guys, let me come through here. I think Limbo Killer. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate that, man. Should be starting now. Wait, is it? Is that like an Athena League game? I'm like not in the loop at all. I need to be in the loop. I should be making myself in the loop. Let me check it out. Okay, so yeah, Super versus Dark Soul in Athenian League for the God tier. All right, let's watch that. Sure. Update titles. Athenian League, Super. I'll just call him DSS. DSS versus who? Who was it? Dark something? The Dark Soul. Okay. Update all. Let's jump over to this screen. Super Saiyan, Bush, and the... Okay, that's not in there. Add player, the dark... Wait, it's all lowercase, isn't it? I know it's one. It's okay, so it's the Dark Soul. The Dark Soul, and that is DE, I believe. Okay, so we come here. The Dark Soul. This is the Super Saiyan update. That should look right. Let me jump over here, and we will go to the lobbies. Are they already in? They are already in, and they're already 10 minutes in. Let's jump into game number 1 and hopefully catch up. So super is the red color. Okay, this is confusing. Perfect. Alrighty, we got ourselves another Athenian League group stage map. For those of you playing along at home, the Athenian League is just about to wrap up the group stages. We're about to go into the playoffs. The group stages finish today. Playoffs start tomorrow. Every win counts. Top 3 players in the group go on. For those of you wanting to know exactly what's happening there, let's have a little cheeky look here. We've got in the... Actually, this game has no relevance to whether or not either of these guys come in, because Super Saiyan and the Dark Soul are both 0-3. So they will not be they will not be getting out of this. This is a game for pride and all that other good stuff. Anyways, we got the Dark Soul playing as Hades, and we got the Super Saiyan playing as Zeus. Oh, I have to update the thing, don't I? Okay, it looks like my thing is fixed for whatever reason. Very confused. Slash predictions. So it looks like Oranos is going to be getting nerfed. Fantastic. Wait, did someone else... Oh, already did the prediction for me. Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so we got ourselves a Mediterranean game here. I might actually speed through this one a little bit because I am behind the live speed. And it's always good to just skip through this part, and we'll get into the most important part, which is what happens in the middle of the game. So both players are probably going to be going for about a 9 fishing ship start. This is kind of stock standard for Mediterranean, and they're going to spam a whole bunch of docks and get going here. All right, let's slow down here. We do actually have a lot more in for the Super Saiyan. He's got 12. On the other side, there's 9 fishing ships for the Dark Soul. As the Super Saiyan, he's got himself the bolt for the Minotaur if need be. He's also got himself that Feather of Bafang, which is going to make his hoplites, as well as everything else, even more effective at taking down buildings. Super Saiyan misses the Minotaur coming through. Do we see a Minotaur going the other way? No, just going to be sitting in his main place, playing defense. There's these juggernauts off to the races for the time being. And actually, Dark Soul just says, I'm going to leave my Minotaur on that town tonight. I don't mind that. It's not a terrible idea. Meanwhile, behind this, the Super Saiyan, for whatever reason, sort of playing a very big game of defense here. The Dark Soul has found himself a pretty big advantage in terms of ships already. He's up by 400 resources in a mirror matchup, which is very strange. Obviously, I'll note there's 4 docks in for Der Super Saiyan, so he's playing peak defense here, it looks like. There's a couple of triremes now coming through. Yeah, to take the Pentacontas out here nice and quick as they're going to dive straight over onto the Juggernaut. But a trireme to come through will be a big help. That's Der Super Saiyan. Good control there to pull back those rams. Meanwhile, the trireme over here will end up falling. And restoration gets dropped down. Der Super Saiyan also dropping his own restoration, hitting everything here. And all of a sudden, the Dark Souls mass Juggernaut opening seems to be showing some cracks. And Super Saiyan here does end up cleaning up the water here after maybe a little bit too much of a commitment into the Juggernaut, not getting enough of a variety of ships in, and then the Pentacontas can just roll on through. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of spammage actually still coming through though from the Dark Soul. Which might be a bit of a mistake. So when you lose the water, it's probably best to just give it up and try something else. He does have Hades, so he can play a defensive game behind all of this, but it's going to be tough. Well, now we got a couple of armories, archery range, military academy all coming down. I imagine a town center comes through pretty shortly here for... No, Der Super Saiyan says it's time to go for the hoplites. He does have that feather of Bafang, so maybe he's feeling like invincible at just taking buildings down. Like 1.5x versus 1.5x versus a town center versus 1.7x or a building is kind of a big deal. It's a bit of an interesting idea, though. Der Super Saiyan, normally not the most aggressive of players. So we'll see if he can make this work. The Dark Soul just going to put up a town center. He's still building trireme here, though, for some reason. He's got to be careful here. These trireme are going to be very, very difficult. Well, not difficult, but just sort of a waste of resources. As the hoplites coming in to clean up the docks. I actually like that idea. Get a whole bunch of these out. Clean the docks up quickly. Take all of the fish in the center. You don't have to overcommit on the hoplites here. You see some Toxotes getting trained, but you don't have to overcommit too heavily here. You can just run forward, put some docks around onto this side as well. Then go for a town center a little bit later. It can be a sort of good way to go. There's the dock for the Dark Soul. Everything falling here. There is a nice little gold mine up the back, but the Dark Soul, how is he going to be able to afford to make villages, hoplites, Toxotes, everything here? That's just going to be the challenge. And they got 1.8 damage. I thought it was a times 1.2. Why did this go to 1.8? Am I wrong? Plus 0.3? 0.2. Do they start with... Are these 1.6? Ah, they're 1.6. I'm stupid. I am stupid. I'm a big dum-dum. Don't mind me. Dionysus now coming through for Der Super Saiyan. He is definitely planning a big fat attack, and the Dark Soul says, screw defending this. I'll just put a town center over here. If you want to kill my town center, I guess you're going to kill my town center. We'll call it a day. There's a villagers coming up to the top side. We do see a little cheeky bolt there onto the Minotaur. All the water now claimed. Taking a quick look at the villager differential here. It's 22 plus 35. 57 villagers versus 42. So there's also the problem of all these town centers costing so much. As Der Super Saiyan is now ready. Charges in. The Zom comes down. But, I mean, in the end of the day, can you defend this? These guys are doing so much damage. The town center here is getting repaired up by a handful of villagers, but it will end up falling. As Der Super Saiyan does not want to hang out there any longer. Going to pull back, starting to make some Peltas to mix in. More hoplites coming through. The Hydra as well. But a valiant defensive effort right now from the Dark Soul. Unfortunately, he's dropped farms here. He's got all these pigs. He's got these boars as well. This is slowing him down as well. Regardless of whatever position you're in, building farms is the last thing you want to do. Because it slows you down. Bronze coming down here from Der Super Saiyan. A little bit of a misclick as I think Dark Soul was just retreating. But nonetheless, charges in. Going to clean up these sentinels and everything else. I'm sure Town Center can come through anytime soon for Der Super Saiyan. But maybe he just goes, oh, we'll just go straight to the Mythic Age and clean this game up with a Lightning Storm while charging in. It's the sentinels. Will end up falling. Hoplites up to the top. Do spot a couple of villagers here. But after all is said and done, that bronze, not the biggest of deals. Didn't really do a whole lot of damage. Oh, it didn't really do him a whole lot of damage. Dark Soul going to be losing the villagers, though. Sitting over here. Trying to get to that heroic age. He's stopped production pretty much completely. Little cheeky relic getting grabbed is Pandora's box, always nice. And the forward town center now getting grabbed by Der Super Saiyan. So he's not going for that Mythic Age. I wouldn't have minded it. Put a fortress down here, or something like onto this gold mine maybe. Grab the gold, push through here. Not a bad idea. We just see Apollo coming through instead of Aphrodite. Aphrodite will help the Dark Souls stay alive for just a little bit longer. Thanks, Random Muffin, for the on-screen celebration. I got no idea what that is, but appreciate it. I think it costs bits or something. Sat that. So Hoplight's going to be pulling back. Over onto this side. The Super Saiyan going to be claiming this area as well. Heavy infantry. Aegis shield. Copper weapons. On the way. And now does Super Saiyan kind of just has to make some decisions. Does he just push through? Or does he go Mythic Age and wait? Like, looks like he just wants to take the fight here. It's a pretty good choke point for the Dark Soul. But there are a lot more units here for Der Super Saiyan, it looks like. There's the Town Center helping out, but at this point, I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough here. And the advantage for Der Super Saiyan is too much. The army of the Dark Soul does end up falling. And I think the Dark Soul here has just been a little bit outclassed in this game number one. And while over onto this side, it's putting up a tower to just push off this gold mine. It's just the ultimate insult to some degree. The villagers can pull off and snipe it down, but Dark Soul's not paying attention there. He's got too much to worry about over onto this side. He's in too much of a difficult position, and I think the game there does end up finishing up, and that is a win for Super Saiyan in game number 1. I don't have much more to tell about that one. Let's get this next game on the road to try and catch up. We'll see if they're in game 2 here. They are in game 2. Alrighty, we are into game number 2. So Super Saiyan decides to go in with some Odin here, and the Dark Soul is doing his Shenong. This is a bit of a scary... This is a bit scary, actually, for the Super Saiyan, right? Because you're playing that... You're playing a pretty difficult matchup, I have to say. But he does open up with the double farms. This isn't something I do, basically, at all. I gotta do a flipperoni, my bad. Boom, boom. I'm having some issues with my... I don't know if anybody has used the restream before. I'm having some issues with my, like, OBS chat. And for whatever reason, it's like not working. So I have to look at the... Maybe I can just put these on either side and then I can see the screen a bit better. Probably do it like that. Anyways. Everything's broken. Anyways, let me talk about these farms and maybe explain exactly why people do it. So there's two things. The obviously really good thing here for the Dark Soul is that he can have a safe gold mine, an unraidable gold mine. His opponent's not going to be able to come in here and kill these villagers. The problem, so to speak, with this is... Oh, sorry. The next thing that you get out of this is that you get a little bit more time or a little bit less food getting gathered from the zebra. So 2 villagers are not going to be gathering food from the zebra, which means you're effectively getting, over the course of the first 5 minutes of the game, something like an extra 1,000 food. Is that right? You got 2 times about 5 times 60. It's 600. You get about 600 extra resources. You get about 600 extra resources worth of food in your main base by doing this. The other thing you get is obviously the farms are gathering slightly faster by 0.04. However, obviously the Shenong farm costs 75 wood, which is a lot of wood. And I don't even know what the math is on that, but 2 villagers gathering nearly, we'll call it 0.1 faster. It's going to take a lot of seconds for you to actually pay that off. I don't know what it is. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. I don't know. Anyways, we see Chiel coming through for Dark Soul. On the other side, for our Odin player here, the Super Saiyan, he's dropping a temple down. And we'll see how things are going to go. And it's going to be Freya as well for Dark Souls. So the hardest part here, I think, for the Super Saiyan is trying to figure out how he's going to be able to deal with the Halberdier. Now, there are some ways through this. It's just very challenging. For example, like not raiding so heavily with your raiding cavalry and just using them to pick units off as an idea. Get a Valkyrie, get your raiding cavalry in. Any units that are running across the map, you're looking to snipe. Any yachts are running across the map, you're looking to snipe. And all the other good stuff that comes from that. The Yatsa comes through, getting a couple of smacks over here. Good defense there from Der Super Saiyan, keeping all the villagers alive. Gets up to the next stage. Now the Yatsa needs to run. Does have 5.3 speed compared to the 6 speed of the Valkyrie. And I like this from Der Super Saiyan. Just going to heal up all these villagers. Just get them back to work though. There you go. Heal them back up to full HP. And say, no harm done. A little bit of damage, but no harm done as a Great Hall coming down. And we already have Master of Weaponry on the way here for the Dark Soul to shut down any early game raiding cavalry shenanigans. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, just walls everywhere. All the walls. Great Hall coming up for Der Super Saiyan. Living the dream. Gazelle coming through. Yatsa on the way. The Hersura through here. Get a couple of smacks here as the Valkyrie searching for a little something. Those Halberdier are out. There's not a single fire archer at the moment, so you can just go full infantry to deal with all these. As the Valkyrie does spot the Yatsa here. And get a couple of smacks off onto this one. If you can kill it off, it's kind of a big deal. But it does not look like that's quite going to be able to be... It's not paying attention to this one anymore as the Halberdier charging over here. And the Valkyrie turns in. Trying to take out the Yatsa. It retreats. 3 HP. And he's going to get healed back up to full HP. It takes a while for it to happen, but nonetheless, the Valkyrie takes a couple more smacks before getting back home. And double Longhouse now coming down for Super Saiyan. And you can see how long these villagers just get to sit in the main base. Like, this is up to 7 minutes here. You're getting, like, my estimates are incorrect. I was like, by about 5 minutes, that's how much food you're going to save. But look, he's up to 7 minutes now, and the food is still in here. So that's like not 600 food. That's like, at the moment, 720 right now, and they're still going. So it's probably something more like 800, 900 food that you get by the time that main base hunt is gone. It's a really, really interesting way to start the game. But it does slow down a lot of the early game, but it looks like it doesn't matter as the Dark Soul has got 13 Halberdier out. He's going to have to drop an archery range here. He needs to put that archery range up very, very shortly. Meanwhile, the Longhouse coming down for Der Super Saiyan. Up onto the top. We're going to snipe some cheeky little hyenas here. Get a little bit more favor to get up another Valkyrie to heal up his low HP Valkyrie. It's kind of out of commission until he gets that one through. I see. It looks like the Dark Soul is actually going to be going in with javelins. Javeliniers, which does counter throwing axemen. However, if the Super Saiyan notices this, what he can do as Odin is go in for mass berserks and hide them, right? Grab this tech, Hamask, and he should be able to wipe out this army with mass berserks. As a raiding cavalry do manage to come over here. Look at a sniper, Deuterino, but does get on top of the farms here as well. As the villagers pulling away onto this side, not quite going to be able to put a stop to this. Snipes down a little cheeky javelineer over here. As the Halberdiers coming back in, great defense here, jumping onto those farms, not losing a single thing here. And Der Super Saiyan is just going to be pulling out of this position and saying, goodbye, good sir. I'm not going to play with your ghostly spears at this point. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan finds just a little bit of a fight that he can take here. Any little bit of damage you can get is going to be a big help for him. I think the Dark Soul's making a big mistake not going into archers, but he's trying to make it work. The Javelineers obviously do get some pretty good damage done onto throwing axemen, considering they've got bonus damage versus ranged soldiers. They do have more range as well, actually, so maybe he's onto something here. As the lightning weapons gets dropped, and Super Saiyan just needs to retreat. He got through the lightning weapons now, and he can just say, great, I don't have to worry about that. Now, what Dark Soul can do is wait 223 seconds for another lightning weapons, and that can be something very scary to deal with, but it's looking like Super Saiyan can take this fight now. The throwing axe doing crazy amounts of damage. Those Javelineers getting taken out. And all of a sudden, Super Saiyan does manage to just kill everything. Absolutely everything falls there. And the Dark Soul is, yet again, found himself in a very tough position. I'm not even sure what the Dark Soul was trying to do out there. He did not have the army. Did not have enough Javelineers to take out the throwing axemen. You got to be so good with the micro, I guess, to win those fights. You can't just sit there and just A-move and expect to win. I think Super Saiyan controlled that one much better. Meanwhile, villagers over onto this side, hanging out, getting some food here. Maybe. Oh, it does get spotted. That's an amazing spot there from Super Saiyan. He hasn't noticed it just yet. Oh. Now the Raiden Cavalry come up. Going to be able to snipe these dudes. And a Forest Fire as well to add insult to injury. Why would a Chinese player ever not fast heroic versus Norse? I don't know how classic fights are supposed to be winnable. No. The probably the current best way to play is a classical fight on this map. But Halberdier Fire Archer and Yatsa with some Pioneers mixed in is your like go-to comp to some degree. At the moment here with the Javelineers, I don't think they're that effective. And it kind of looks like Super Saiyan might be taking this one here. He says, I can just charge in. There's not much left in the army. There's not much economy. Njord is also on the way. Army doing some garrison shenanigans. And funnily enough, even though the Javelineers are pretty good versus the throwing axe, I think they do less damage than the Fire Archers do against them. What are they doing? 3.7 times that. I need to look at this. Excuse me while I quickly check this as the game is over. I need to check this. We got Fire Archer. 4 times 3 versus 3.7 times 3.5. It's probably pretty close. Oh, GG. Well played by Super Saiyan. Up 2-0 now. How do you stop the Raiden Cavalry getting on top of the Fire Archers? With Halberdier. The Master of Weapon technology is really good. But even if you don't have it, the Halberdiers are really good. we'll get this last game on the way. And then I think we'll play some games. We've done a lot of casts today. Need to get some food in me as well. Alrighty. We have this on the right side. This is Poseidon, yeah. Alright, got game number 3 here. Super Saiyan kind of playing an insanely strong series thus far. He's feeling like he's a little bit outclassing the Dark Soul in this one. But he decides to go on with Poseidon here. On the other side, Dark Soul says, let's try some Zeus now. We'll see what the Dark Soul can manage here. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the Athenian League, the playoffs start Monday. So every series starting from Monday onwards is going to be, I believe the way that it works in each group is there are 6 players who go to the playoffs. So 3 from each group. There are 4 different tiers. So there's going to be, so there's 4 different tiers. So that means that they're going to have a bye for everyone who goes through on the first, who's first in their group. They bye through to the semifinals. So that means the quarterfinals get played with the 2 and 3 players. That situation there. Second and third position. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's going to be 8 semifinals or quarterfinals. And then there's going to be 8 semifinals. And then there's going to be 4 finals. So it should be, we should be seeing the finals in about 3 weeks from now. Which should be really, really exciting. I'm not exactly sure what Chrono JJ did with the rules in that one. He goes with whatever he feels like, I guess. I know that there's still going to be the unknown. This map's been very popular, I think, for this tournament. Lots of really interesting maps. The map we're currently looking at here is super open. Lots and lots of relics here. Ulla's Bow, Dwarven Calipers. Got Staff of Dionysus, making those villages regen. Over here we got the Ship of Fingernails, making the food trickle rate go up. Up on this side we've got the Chariot of Cybele. Gold Lions getting some regen or respawning. Got Arrows of Heracles here. Damage of ranged attack plus 5%. Etc. Etc. And we'll see how things are going to go here as Hermes about to pop for the Super Saiyan. Yes, this map is the unknown, yeah. And I imagine that Super Saiyan, he likes to play a booming game, but I think he might be feeling okay with just going straight into the Hippias and trying to make this work. Now, if you're playing this matchup as the Zeus player against a Hippias spam, I do think the best way to sort of start is to go in with Hippias yourself. So you open up with some Hippias, and then you want to go into Hoplites a little bit later to try and deal with your opponent. So you're just like trying to play a defensive game. Specifically what the Hippias are for, it's actually not to deal with the enemy Hippias. They're actually to deal with the enemy centaur. So you're looking to snare the centaur up to allow your Heracles to actually get on top and kill them. And then you can go into Hoplites and then you can deal with it. Deal with everything. But nonetheless, relics have been stolen. So the Arrow of Heracles there is nice. I'm going to send off a Dirt Super Saiyan. Just looking to try and get in on a side, but he does get locked off. Great little wall here up already for the Dark Soul. And I mean, you could get a little bit of damage over the tree line if he likes, but that does alert the Dark Soul to his position, and he just gets bolted out of there. So early game, no problems for the Dark Soul as he's starting to get some units out. Meanwhile, took a little stable coming up for Dirt Super Saiyan. Pretty late on this one, to be honest. He does have himself, though, pickaxe and hand axe. The Staff of Dionysus gets dropped into the temple. It's a really important relic when you're ever playing against a raiding civ, like a raiding god, like Poseidon or like Odin or Set potentially. Getting that relic in just to make sure your villagers always stay healthy unless they die. It's really, really good. As the Dark Soul coming through here, spots some villagers, but Super Saiyan quickly on the retreat. And he needs to get some Centaur out here. It's pretty rare to see a lure actually getting sniped. Doesn't want to lose his Minotaur here, though. He's trying to chase this Atalanta down. Good amount of damage for the time being. As the Theseus coming through, going to be able to snipe the Minotaur down. And all the other good stuff. Alrighty. But so far, I mean, Super Saiyan, he just loves this defensive play. He's just kind of sitting here with units that need to be actually... You need to be active with these guys. The only reason he's building Hippias right now, it's actually not to deal with these hoplites. It's not to deal with the Minotaur coming from the Dark Soul. It's actually to put pressure and get villager kills. And force the Dark Soul to be on the defensive. Right now, he's popping up with the Hippias, and the hoplites are more than strong enough to deal with these. They've got the 1.25x versus Cav, and it's totally doable to deal with those guys. Meanwhile, the Hippias are now moving across the map, and yeah, it looks like the Skatoskopos trying to distract over here as the villagers get pulled. The Super Saiyan does notice them here, and that's going to be 3 kills early on. This is a big amount of damage here. You really can't be affording those losses. Staying inside your base and playing defense is normally the way to go. As the army of the Dark Soul coming around the back, he's making hoplites. He's making Minotaur. He does not quite have that Labyrinth of Minos, which I think is very, very important. Charges in, the army to come back over here. A lot of idle time cores. This is really, really worth it here for the Dark Soul. If we do a quick little count, there's 15 idle villages. And let's just say it's 10 seconds. It's 150 resources down the drain. And it was more than 10 seconds, but Restoration getting called in. Watchtowers is in. Ceasefire gets dropped. But there's really not that many units here. The Minotaur's up on this side. Kind of got split up by the army. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I'm going crazy, I think. My brain is going absolutely insane. Meanwhile, there's Super Saiyan on the retreat. Can't really get out of his base just yet. Hippias. Toxotes. Normally you see Hippias Centaur in this matchup, but we're going to be seeing Market coming down. Still no Labyrinth of Minos is killing me here. Great macro from the Dark Soul to keep spending that favor when he needs to, but I feel like he should just be saving up and grabbing himself that Labyrinth of Minos with this many Minotaur. As he charges forward, trying to kill off a tower here. Almost takes it down to 277 HP. Doesn't lose anything just yet. A couple of Hippias now starting to get mixed in as well for the Dark Soul. There is some food off into the corners. Does either player know about this? They do know. Both of them do know. But making a move over onto that corner is a little bit tricky. He's now Dionysus, the god of choice for the Super Saiyajin. The Minotaur making their way around this side. He still doesn't have Labyrinth of Minnows. This is killing me. I mean, what does the tech do apart from just giving speed? Maybe he just doesn't care about the speed. It gives 30% hit points though. And you've got about 3 or 4 of them. There's no downside. You get more survivability, meaning more DPS in the fight, meaning it's not better to get more of them, I think, right? Nonetheless, still a very defensive game. Got that Dionysus coming through. The secret to dealing, for Greeks, to dealing with myth unit spam is basically to get to the heroic age. If you can get to the heroic age, you unlock that 3rd hero, and then you can kind of deal with all the myth units quite nicely. But now heroic age is in, and Super Saiyajin going to be looking to move out across the map. The Dark Soul control groups, he's got 3 different little batches of units to move around. Hippias are going to be moving out here. I'll spot these bad boys over onto this side. You've got to be so careful with them because they don't have the speed. Poseidon's got the speed there as he's going to get chased around. The hoplites, he can't even sneak in. Look at the defense from Super Saiyan. He's got stables, houses, walls, all the good stuff over here. And now we finally see the Minotaur upgrades. As I imagine Dark Soul is like, okay, well, I better get to the heroic age myself. My own bronze. So Pegasus searching. There's nothing really to raid at the moment. The Minotaur can come back and defend for the time being. The villagers on the food here are out in the open. The villagers on the gold over here are well protected for the time being. There's a Paspis starting to come through. The villagers will make their way over onto this hunt just as the Dark Soul has to leave. So Super Saiyan just making sure nothing is down the bottom here. No sneaky villager shenanigans. One little cheeky villager is making his way up to the top side. This does get spotted by Super Saiyan though. He's chasing the villager into the corner here. And he will notice this, but his Hippias are along the wrong side here. He can run off with these guys, I guess, to try and get a big attack in, but he's got to move all the way around. And this is giving the Dark Soul a lot of time. A lot of time to kind of make things happen here, I guess. As the Hippias sent packing for the time being. And the villager from the Dark Soul ready to drop a wall and keep himself alive here, but that does get spotted by... Oh, no, he is going straight to the corner now. He spots it. One Hippias to pick this villager off. These villagers are making a break for it. And it looks like great move from Dark Soul. Keeps his villagers alive. As the Minotaur sitting, waiting, watching. He's got 8 Minotaur here. And then with the heroic gauge in, he's going to have them getting that boost as well. The hoplites managing to intercept at the top side of the map. Farms have to come down. Both players will have to go into farm soon. There's still berries remaining over here. Eating the zebra as well. There's a couple of zebra on this side, but Super Saiyan scouting nicely with his Pegasus. One of the big bonuses is kind of like a hidden bonus to getting this technology here is that the Pegasus now becomes 0 population. And while it does cost resources to build, just do it. Get yourself out a bunch of them. On the flip side here, I'm pretty sure this guy costs... Oh, it costs 1 pop. I thought that it would be 0 pop because the... Does this guy cost 2 pop? Maybe the Pegasus normally costs 2 pop. Anyways, I don't know. As the Minotaur charging forward here. Gets caught out. Going to be losing one of them. Dark Soul says, I'm not ready to actually take the fight just yet. Up onto the top side. A fortress comes down. And Super Saiyajin looks to have made his way through this early game unscathed. Wish Minotaur had crush damage still. Yeah, me too, to be honest. Sort of makes sense that every myth unit has crush damage to some degree. Or at least a little bit. Because of that famous quote, heavy myth units from... I guess all of the myth units that are in the Heroic Age onwards have got crush, right? Like the Hydra does. The Nemean line doesn't, does it? Am I going crazy? Oh, it does. Yeah, all of these guys do. So maybe it's just the classical age myth units that miss out. I can't remember. Anyways. Another cheeky little lure out in the middle of nowhere here from Super Saiyajin. He's about to finish up on his gold. Still waiting. Still watching. Heavy Hoplites is not in just yet. This army is scary, though, from the Dark Soul. He's got so many Minotaur. And the thing is, with Zeus, the advantage sort of comes at full pop. Your population advantage. Because right now, this many Minotaur would normally be 30 pop. But it's 20 pop. So... Oh no, he gets spotted. What are you doing back? It's not that important. There's just... The Super Saiyajin takes his advantage. He's got such a crazy villager advantage here. Now there are a couple of Prodromus, which will be quick to chase those Hippias down. But the Hippias do have that Spirited Charge tech, so they'll be able to get away from this. But like I said, I think... there is a chance here for the Dark Soul to take a winning fight, which is if he can get full pop and then attack. Right now, Super Saiyajin has got Hephaestus queued up. He is just sitting here saying, come at me, bro. I got my fortress. I got my army. No heavy infantry in for the Dark Soul. Is he going for heavy cav before heavy infantry? This guy's crazy. Oh, Minotaur spots some villagers over here. Not going to be allowing them to get anywhere. As the Hippias coming through over onto this side, sniping a villager, trying to get in here. The Super Saiyajin has kept pretty much everything alive here. He snipes one Minotaur. The other Minotaurs might be able to get away here, but these losses are not helping in the slightest. As Hephaestus is queued up now for the Super Saiyajin. He has found his advantage with these raids so nicely. And bronze is clicked by Dark Soul just as the Super Saiyajin retreats. This is not what he wanted at this moment. I mean, he can just run straight into the main base, I guess, of the Super Saiyajin. Doesn't really have another choice here. This was the whole plan. The whole plan was full pop, bronze, and go. He's got a crazy military advantage here in terms of resource value as he's charging forward. But now the Super Saiyajin not only is going to have Mythic Age, but also has bronze. And the Super Saiyajin, if he's smart, or not if he's smart, if he wants to wait here, you can just wait for Polyphemus. Get to the Mythic Age, get Polyphemus out, and all of a sudden those Minotaur will not be scary at all.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
There's a Hippias coming up to the top side. Villagers pulling straight into the fortress. A couple of Hippias are already over here to defend. And that is a safe position. There is the Hephaestus. He's such a little turtle. And this guy, all he does is sit here. I swear. He gets little picks here and there, sort of micro advantages. He's converting this game so nicely. Unfortunately, the Dark Soul has not really worked out what he needs to do here. Polyphemus is about to pop out. 188 population, though. It's going to be a little bit tricky. He's got to either delete some units. He's got a whole bunch of militia over here that are taking up pop space. I think they all cost 1 pop. So he's got 10 pop space here, but they're going to be popping up to the top to defend against this mass cavalry army of the Dark Soul. Now, Der Super Saiyan says, all right, don't have to wait anymore. Let's charge over here. I got all the units. He's got himself the armory upgrades to start coming through here as well. Only 1 armory up, though. On the flip side, there's full copper in for the Dark Soul. So if he actually takes a fight now, he might be okay. His units are out of position. He's sniping villagers for the first time in this game. Almost equalizing, actually. That's a lot of villager kills. And the town center coming up in the middle. Can these Minotaur get the damage done here, though, is the big question. Lots and lots of headbutts. We'll see if we can manage to break through here or not. Military population is slowly starting to drop for both players. Polyphemus comes in. Hippias onto the back line, though, as those Toxotes can get caught out of position. The Hydra with 4 heads. I mean, military-wise, it's looking like the Dark Soul is going to win this fight. As the first fight here in the game, the first serious fight goes heavily in favor of the Dark Soul, but the Super Saiyan has his town center. He's got Mythic Age. He's going to be able to repopulate. He's making a couple more stables up here to spam. Now the town center that does Super Saiyan so valiantly put down is getting torn to shreds here. And the Dark Soul snipes that, but with that comes a whole bunch of militia to pop out. These militia. Look at him go. And so Super Saiyan immediately just going to grab out Polyphemus again. And at this point, it's actually quite close. The only problem is the Super Saiyan has got himself the Plenivolt. He's got himself the armor. Now, one thing that the Dark Soul has is Athena, but he's not making hoplites. So he doesn't have those super hoplites to be able to help out. And now the second wave of units to come through. A Minotaur popping in to help out. Bronze getting dropped down by Der Super Saiyan to... I didn't realize he didn't have bronze on this fight, but... Well, he had it on that fight, but chose not to use it. But now a secondary fight to come through. Bronze going to be enough to clean up this army as the Dark Soul pulling back to his town center. Polyphemus in with all of that crush damage to take everything out here. And it looks to me like Der Super Saiyan will clean this series up 3-0. Unless the Dark Soul can make something happen here, but down 100 plus population with units streaming through your base does not look good. And the town center of the Dark Soul is going to be getting finished up here just by Polyphemus alone, and he does tap out, and there's a GG for Der Super Saiyan. And his turtling... He's menacing turtling style. Oh, GG. Well played. All right, congratulations to Der Super Saiyan. But unfortunately, I think that means I don't think it really means anything. I think they're both out, unfortunately, in this comp. The Super Saiyan ends with 1-4, Dark Soul 0-4, Jollyman 4-0, Garma Judah 3-1, Chrono JJ 2-2. On the other side, Apoy 3-1, Izamata 3-1, Benny 2-2, which does mean that the playoffs will be Garma Judah versus Benny, Izamata versus Chrono JJ. The winner of Garma Judah and Benny goes on to play Apoy, and the winner of Izamata Chrono JJ goes on to play Jollyman. So those will start next week. So cool. All right, guys. Would anyone like to play a video game against me? I want to play some 1v1s here. We've had enough of cast Roonies. All right, hang on. Let's go like this. Let's do this. Let's just do that. Sorry, Gold. I'm looking for some other players. I could play some ranked, but I think maybe we'll start ranked next week. I'll play some ranked next week. I'll go back to the ranked games. Super Saiyan is after me. He hasn't had enough. Alrighty. Zeus versus Freyr, or Freyr versus Zeus on this map, hey?
Veiðimaður. Skipa? Satt, ég vil. Veiðimaður. Já, ég vil. Satt. Samt.
Tilbúin.
Já, grjót.
You do have double gold mine as well.
Já.
Tilbúin. Yes, something. Ég something. Ég vil. Ég something. Satt. Tilbúin. Something. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Something. Ég vil.
Oh, you fucker.
Ég something. Ég satt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Ég satt. Ég something. Já, ég satt. Tilbúin. Skipan? Satt. Timbersveit. Já, ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Just want some goats. Let me have some goats, please. Any amount.
Jeg vil. Jeg vil. Yes, something. Jeg vil. Tilbúin. Satt. Jeg vil. Satt. Yes, satt.
Seriously.
Jeg vil. Jeg vil. Something.
I know I can't compete with the Greek scouting, but
Tilbúin, hver þar?
Grjót. I just need a few, please.
Jeg vil. Something. Jeg vil. Satt. Ja, yes, something. Satt. Til something. Satt. Jeg something. Satt. Tilbúin. Jeg vil. Tilbúin.
Alright, now I have to drop a house. I'm really hoping I've got something over on this side.
Skipan.
Skipan, já, samþykkt.
Já,
Tilbúin.
hver er það? Timbursveit.
Skipan, satt.
Let's see how nice he's being.
Já, tilbúin. Já, samþykkt, satt.
Let's just run over here and see what's back
Skipans,
there.
ég vil. Til, já. Til skipans, samþykkt.
Come back. Oh,
Satt, samþykkt, satt. Yes, 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 ég satt, yes, 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 ég samþykkt, ég satt. Já, yes, ég vil.
Skipan? Já, ég vil samþykkt.
Tilbúin, satt.
Já.
Skipan,
Tilbúin.
Skipan.
Já, skipan, satt, timbur, hver er þar? Ég vil, timbursveit.
Já. Hver er það samþykkt grjótsveit?
til ég vil.
Hver er þar? Tilbúin?
Tilbúin, samþykkt. Veiðimaður. Samþykkt, ég vil, veiðimaður.
Hver er þar? Já, skipan. Veiðimaður.
Já, ég samþykkt. Satt, já.
Já, samþykkt, satt.
Alright, we gotta figure out exactly what he's doing here.
Til fer ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt. Já.
Skipas, ég vil, satt, samþykkt.
Is he going for a town center?
Já,
Is he going for some other dudes?
Skip ég, já. Ég vil.
I mean, either way, we can't really go for it straight away because we have to deal with...
Satt. Til orustuslag. Hver er þar?
Hver ég samþykkt? Já. Veiðimaður?
Já, ég vil. Já.
Já, satt.
Til ég, satt. Já, ég vil. Satt.
til ég vil.
Fyrst, já, satt. Já. Skipan. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil
Já,
samþykkt.
samþykkt, satt,
Fyrst samþykkt.
samþykkt.
Já. Já. Atrás.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já. Skip. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Fyrst, já. Ég vil. Já. Til, satt. Skipan. Ég vil. Satt.
Já, skipan. Tilbúin, ég vil, satt.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Til, já. Satt. Já. Ég, já. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Ég, já. Fyrir hann. Já. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Ég samþykkt.
Já, ég vil, satt.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Ég, já. Satt. Ég til.
Til ég satt.
Já. Já, ég vil. Til orustuslag. Til skipa. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já. Ég, já.
Já,
Ég satt.
tilbúin, satt.
Til fyrir þar. Skipa. Ég vil. Já.
This is a bit of a gamble, but if I get this down, I think I just win.
Tilbú. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Skipa. Fyrir þar.
Ég, satt.
Ég vil. Satt.
Já, ég grjót.
Wait, did I buy? Oh, I did. Okay.
Já, já. Tilbúin. Skipan.
I don't mind that. That's not a bad thing.
Ég samþykkt.
Já. Til orðstundslag. Tilbúin. Já.
Til satt. Hver er ég vil?
Skipan satt. Veiðimaður.
Skip. Já, ég samþykkt.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Ég. Já. Já.
Til já.
Tilbúin.
Já. Timbur.
I don't remember buying it, but I'll take it.
Til skipan. Ég satt. Já,
Til
samþykkt.
skip samþykkt. Ég
Hver er þar?
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já.
samþykkt.
Tilbúið satt. Hver er þar?
Hver er þar? Skipan. Já. Grjótsveit.
Já, ég vil. Já. Tilbúið. Ég samþykkt.
Hver er þar? Grjótsveit.
Já, hver er það? Satt, samþykkt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúið satt.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Skipan.
Skipan, tilbúin, ég vil. Satt, veiðimaður. Skip, ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Til já. Já. Ég vil. Já.
Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Hver er þar?
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já. Já. Að sækið fram. Já.
Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég að rás. Ég samþykkt til orðstundslag.
Tilbúið. Ég satt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, satt.
Já. Skip. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt.
Hver er það? Samþykkt. Já, tilbúin, ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúið.
Til samþykkt.
Alright.
Ég vil. Já.
Skip. Ég já. Satt. Tilbúið. Skip. Já.
Tilbúið.
Ég samþykkt.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég
Let's look up the top here.
Já. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Ég satt. Ég vil.
It doesn't have a town center at all, so
Ég
My-
vil. Já. Ég vil.
guess here.
Samþykkt.
Ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Til. Já. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég. Já. Skip. Já. Ég vil. Já.
You can see it's just going to go next stage.
Já.
Maybe we can also manage to do that, but while building a whole bunch of
Satt.
Skipan.
raiding dudes.
Ég vil.
Ég satt. Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Ég.
Skipan.
Já.
Samþykkt. Samþykkt. Já. Ég. Já. Ég. Já. Ég. Já.
Tilbúið satt.
Tilbúin.
Skipan.
Ég vil.
Ja, ég vil. Satt.
Já. Já. Ég vil.
Skipan,
Sjá.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já. Sjá.
Til hver er samþykkt?
Til skipan.
Tilbúin.
Til ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Ég já.
Skipan.
Tilbúin.
já, hver er það? Timbursveit.
Hver er satt? Ég vil.
Grjótsveit.
Ég vil.
Til. Já. Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Já. Ég já.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Skipan.
Skip. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já.
Já. Já.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Ég að rás.
Satt. Ég vil.
Skip. Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég
Hver er tilbúið? Hver ég já. Samþykkt.
Já.
Já. Tilbúin.
Samt já. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Til satt.
Já. Ég. Já. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Já. Já. Til orðstundslag.
Samþykkt. Já. Já.
Satt.
Til ég samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já. Afrá. Hver samþykkt? Ég vil. Já, til orrustu slag.
Skipan. Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Já.
Já.
Skipan.
Okay.
Rótsveit. Tilbúin. Rótsveit. Ég samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Já.
DLC god, yeah. I know.
Samþykkt.
Hver það? Samþykkt.
Já. Já. Skipan. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Skipan. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Ég samþykkt.
Já. Ég rótsveit. Skipan.
Tilbúin. Skipan.
Hver þar? Sakkur
Já,
rótsveit.
satt. Ég vil.
Okay. Now we just got to get some upgrades in. It's okay. I'm doing back to him what he did to Olmec the other day. We just sit here and we don't do anything.
Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Já.
No,
Ég vil.
no, we don't want to do anything. I have this guy.
Já. Já. Samþykkt. Já.
I have Tempest as well now, right?
Samþykkt. Já.
The 2-minute mythic is clicked while defending 1 TC pressure true.
Satt. Ég. Já. Satt.
Hey man,
Ég samþykkt.
I didn't make the god. I just mastered him.
Er satt. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Já. Rótsveit.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin.
Hver þar? Tilbúin. Já. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já.
Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Rótsveit.
Skip fjósamaður.
Já.
I want to make Fafnirs. I want to make a whole bunch of Fafnirs.
Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
'Cause I got all this gold.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt.
Ég. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Já. Ég vil. Já. Tilbúin. Ég. Já.
Hver það? Satt. Já. Ég. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég. Já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Satt.
Skipan. Satt.
Já.
Tilbúin. Já. Satt. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Ég satt.
Já.
Dude, I have all the upgrades, and now I can just pull off of food completely, and we can just go
Satt.
into this. I'm just gonna walk into his base.
Skip. Hver tilbúin? Ég vil. Satt.
Yeah, all my techs are worth so many villages. It's like,
Skipan. Ég vil satt.
oh, I've been caught out of position.
Atrá til orrustu slag.
Já. Já. Ég vil.
Hver það? Já. Atrá til orrustu slag. Já.
Tilbúin. Sakkur
Já.
rótsveit.
Já. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
I'm sorry. uh, this frag god is crazy. Oh, Japers Crapers. Worst part about that is that God can win here. Just have to deny the bastion, but it's so hard now. I don't think you need to deny the bastion. No. What the thing is, right? As the Frere player, my number one concern is getting this bastion down in order to secure some part of the map. Now, on this map, I could probably get away with dropping it down in my main base. And then I can probably look to just grab a town center. But, like, over here or down here, either way, there's a gold mine here or here. Either way, either position is amazing for me. So you can't deny it. Like, there's no way for your army to be both sides. And even if, there's no way for your army to be both sides. So what you actually need to do is you need to force me as the Frere player to fall significantly far behind and grab a town center. You need to get a town center and not allow the Frere player to also get a town center within a couple of minutes. That's like the only real option you've got. And then you can maybe convert a win. But yeah, I gotta pee and I gotta eat something. I want to keep playing games though. Maybe we'll eat a little later. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. Let's play another game. Was it a good combo? I thought it was a good combo. You know, Tempest plus thingy seems good to me. Splotty. I'm sorry, we're looking for Jack. Jack. Thanks, Splotty. Appreciate it, man. That's just not helping. Era, how you going, man? Thanks for the bits as always. All right.
Jiresh.
Finito.
N-U-I-R. Tayo.
In wedge. Arc.
Greek. Ayo refer. Inage. Rek. Kid.
In a refer.
And we. Tayo. You. Ayo refer.
There should be balls in front of me, right?
In which.
Antio. In wedge.
Rig.
Antio.
Finito. Kids.
Entio. Aknu. Enito. Tayo. You. Ayo. Tayo.
In which. Kid. Baya.
A house down. Come back over to here. For all the boys. Oh, how? I am not the right god. I stuffed up. For some reason, I thought I was Isis here, even though I'm clearly not. Even though I clearly. It's fine.
Rig. No.
Actually, I might put another villager on. Actually, onto gold. Onto gold first. No digas eso pequene. I don't know what that means, man.
Finito. In by Rig. EU kids.
Jiresh.
Greek. Enito. And you. Ayo. Tayo.
Should have been advanced there. I was meant to take another villager and get the temple up, but
Finito.
Entio.
Rig. Baya.
that's okay.
In wedge. Gereg. You. Ayo. Nu.
In which. You. No. Rig. Ayu. No.
In kid.
Finito. In which kids. You are kids. Rig. Tayo. Kids. Kids.
Antio.
Enito.
Gerek.
In a gira. Erifir.
Entio. Kid. In wicked. Entio. Kid. Gerek.
Inito. No.
Into you. UEF.
Gerek. Entio. Kid.
And into you. Into UEF.
Greek. Ayo. Enito.
Any Greg. Up. You are there. Any kids. Kids.
In Ak. Erifir. Ak.
Go you and you into you. EU refer. Go into you. EU refer. Go into you. EUEF. In you into you. EU into you. UEF.
And UIF.
Jirej. Tayo.
In Bea. In Urife.
And Ak.
Ayo. Dayo. Ayo. Dayo.
Into and with Garrett. UE in EU in UE into you. EU refer. Into you and with Garrett. You into you. At you. In you and with in you into you. Garrett. In you and in you refer. Into you, into you, UER.
In which EU kids.
And into you.
Green. Ayo refer.
In a gira.
Greg. You are
In
there.
wet. Ak. Erifir.
In wedge.
Oh my god.
Into you.
I told it to run.
Into you.
Entio. You. Ayo. No.
And Garrick. And wedge. You refer.
UIR.
And you.
Ayo refer. Ayo refer.
Into you. EU into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Into you.
Gira. Ak.
Garrick. UER. Into you. Into you. Refer. And Garrick. Into you. EU into you.
In wet.
In wedge. Garrick. EU refer. In wedge. In you. EU refer.
Greek. UIR. Dayo. Ayo.
Into you. Into you. And EU refer. Garrick. UER. EU into you. Into UER. EU in you. EU in you. EU in you. EU in you. In you. In you. In you. Into you. EU refer. Garrick. You in you. In you. In you. EU into you. EU refer. And you. EU refer.
In a gira. Tayo.
In which are kids.
Into UER.
Enito.
And wedge. Garrick. Into UER. Into you.
In which kid Baya.
And in you. You in you. UER. Into you. Into you. And you refer.
And
Into you.
Greg. You refer. Kids.
You refer. In you. UER. In you. Into you.
And with Dayo. You ayo refer. Dayo. Ayo refer. UIR.
Inuit.
Antio. Erifir.
Greek and you refer. You refer. In which are new.
Ini you I kids.
And we you I and you I air. You ref you I air. And which
G-E-R.
great
Greek.
in theory you are kid. In it and you I air. I you refer. Inito.
In which. In you.
You refer. You refer. You refer. You refer. You I air. You refer. You refer. You refer.
Go into you.
I air. And
Go into you. And
you refer. I air. In it, kid.
Inuit Naya in short.
Inito. And which
Go in U-E-R.
tayo.
Into you.
Tayo.
Go into you. And which. U-E into you. Go into you. At you.
Ejire. In wedge. Antio.
Garrett. Into you. At you.
Gereg, Bea.
Ini tayo. Kid.
In wedge.
You. Into you.
Okay.
Into you.
Antio. Tayo.
In Garrett. You. And Garrett. Into you. Into you. At you.
Greek you refer. Kid. No.
Garrett. And with.
Antio. Erifir.
Into you. Garrett. And at you.
In which
In crew you I air. Kids. No.
In Garrett. Into you. Into you.
Babaya.
Into you. Into you. You
into you.
Ini you refer. Kids.
Image rayu. Bea.
Garrett.
You
In
refer.
wedge. Tayo. Antio. In arc. In wedge. Erifak.
Inito. Gereg. Kid.
In kids.
And which
Into you. U-E-R. You refer.
Greek.
Garrett. U-E into you. Ia at you. En wedge. U-E-R. Into you. Garrett. Into you. And you refer. In you ia at you.
And tayo.
Garrett.
Inito. Greek.
Into you. And you ia Garrett. Ia at you.
Greek.
And with.
Tayo. You refer.
Into you.
Ini
refer.
to act by Baya.
You and you refer.
UIR. Tayo
Into
refer.
in you and wedge.
In which kid.
I think I need to go next stage here.
Greek. Tayo. Kids. kids.
Into you. Into you. At you.
Finito. Kids.
Into you. Into you. Go. EU. Into you. Into you. Gary. At you. And into you. In you. Into you.
En Urifer.
Gary. UEL. And into you. In you. And you. Go into you. And you. Into you. Gary. And
No.
into you. Go into you. Into you. Into you. Go. And you. In you. Go into you. And you. Into you. Go into you. And you. Into you. Go. And you. Into you. And wait. Into you.
Rig. No. Rig.
Ak. Kid.
UIR. No. Kids.
En Urifer. Kid. In you. Bea.
Into you. Into you. Gary. EU refer. In you at you.
Finito. Up. Kids.
Into you. And into you. Into you.
No.
Gary. Into you. Into you. And you. Into you.
En micro baya tayo. Kids.
Into you. Gary. Into you. Gary.
En Kid. In Urifer. Kid. No.
Into you.
Rig. EU refer. No. En which.
Teenage. Ihot. Kid. Agri. In you. Kid.
Gary. At you.
In Bea.
Finito. En which. Kids. Rig. Kids.
Into you.
Finito. En pro iya chow. Rig. Finito. En up. Kids.
Into you. Into you.
Rig. UI. Kids.
Gary. At you.
Finito.
In Gerek.
Kids. En with kids. Rig.
Teenage. Erek.
Into you.
Into you.
Why are you guys not working? GG. Poof. That was a close one. I like the Minotaurs. They sort of threw me off a lot. I think they slowed him down a lot as well though. Are we the same score? I mean, Hades is a cheat god. Set doesn't really have any economic bonuses that are felt. So the score, if I'm like in front on score as Set, it means I'm way in front. If I'm ahead on score, it means I'm way in front. Yeah, but if he didn't have the Minotaurs, I would have been able to kill this position immediately. He wouldn't have been able to walk forward here and grab this. But he wasn't able to move forward and grab this anyways, I think. Why go Anubis? Because I felt like it. Is the actual answer. That's the reason. I thought about going Tar. And then I was like, nah, I'm going to go Anubites. There's no, like, the thing is with, I think with Egyptian right now, any option is really good. There's no, like, bad option you can take. Like, in this specific game, I could have gone Tar Nephthys. I could have gone Tar Sekhmet. I could have gone Anubis Nephthys. I could have gone Anubis Sekhmet. And all of them are correct. Because they're all good. I think on the other side here for Jack, as Hades, Athena or Ares, I think you can go both. I think they both can work. Curse or Apollo, you probably need to lean in on the Curse, on the Aphrodite, just for Curse, so you can help yourself stabilize. Because the goal here for Hades is basically just stay alive until your late game kicks in. Isn't Tar better because farm transition? Well, I never get the I never get the Shadoof upgrade. I always forget it, so it doesn't help me. better not have it. Better not have it. But like, I've barely got farms up. Like, I've still got villages on herdables. There's still 8 herdables. I've got 10 herdables on the map. There's 10. I've still got herdables. I've still got a pack of hunt to eat. Who needs a farms? I've got all the map. The map is mine. Apollo is better with the Manticore spam? I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. It's a lot of resources to spend to try and stay alive. I'd rather spam buildings and try and stay alive, you know? Than spam Manticore. I'm not sure. I don't know. Then again, my Egyptian is very good compared to my other gods. That's what everyone tells me. That's why I think Egyptian's the best. Is because when I play Egyptian, I feel like I'm better with Egyptian. Karma redeemed in-depth recorded game review. Okay. Sorry, I haven't even been responding to you. I'm sorry. So this in-depth recorded review is me breaking down your game. Right? I'm breaking it down. Which one do you want? There's 3 here. Loki versus Hades. Hades versus Gaia. Probably Loki versus Hades is a little bit more edifying. I don't participate in tournaments. I played in the Mythic Wars one. Unfortunately, I'm not able to compete and host tournaments as far as I'm aware. I might be able to. I'm not sure. I might have misunderstood, but I definitely don't have the energy to compete and host at the very least. No, that was me. Where's... Did I put it in the right spot? I did. 2025, comma. Huh? I didn't put it in here. It's a bloody text file. Why is it a text file? Firefox. You and your bloody Cyclops, Firefox. My God. Poor Matrius. I don't want to watch Matrius getting beaten up by someone abusing Cyclops. Okay. Let's see what we can break down here. So it's versus Hades. There is an option on this specific map to force the Hades into one town center play. And the way to do that is to put a temple in the middle. You're looking at the town center, wherever the town center spawns, wherever your town center spawns. You want to go upwards and you want to place the temple there. So you walk to the middle town center and then you go up from the town center. Or if you go up to the town center, you would go right or left, or whichever way is the right way. You know, you got to go basically here. And then you can spam out the Herser as you're advancing, and you can immediately pummel a greedy town center. You can also pummel an Ajax Achilles town center. In fact, it is impossible for a Hades player, in my estimate, to do the Vaults of Erebus build and get a town center up. So you just need to make sure you get your spy in if you want to do this. The way to do it is you don't put as many villages on wood, and you can just put the temple down nice and early, and you start pumping her, so you get a nice advance around 4 minutes, and then you're just ready to go. And now, if you if they do go for the town center, and for whatever reason you miss it, you've got all those Herser that then grab the town center in the middle. It's probably a good game plan here, is my guess. But yeah, you're basically trying to force the hand of the Hades. Now, if the Hades player then says, oh, you put a middle town temple, I'm going to go for a classical fight, you can say, fine, great, let's play a classical fight, and you can probably hold the temple in the center, or you can sack it and move back into your main base and do something like that as well. No worries, Super Saiyan. It was a stomp. You stomped. Now, if you're not going to go for that play, which is kind of probably what I would say is best here, the only god I wouldn't want to do this against the Greeks is probably Poseidon. You could probably even get away with it against Zeus, but you are sacrificing a potential temple against Zeus. He's got Bolt for the Herser, so he can kind of stay alive a little bit easier with Jason Heracles and drop a town center, but they're also probably not going to go for a town center anyway, so you got some time. Now, if you do want to play a more defensive game, a more boomy game, like, for example, you know, this town center is here with this gold mine. This town center is also here. It's got some terrible hunt, but there's back hunt over here. So let's say you say, you're not going to go and deny this town center. Now you have to think, all right, are we going to go for some sort of a heroic age push, or are we going to have to go for a town center? The question you have to ask is how bad is the gold mine? And in this specific game here for Tunison, the gold mine is fucking amazing. And the hunt is really, really good. Now, you have to scout that out super early, which you haven't done. So you do know it based on your own side. So you can make a guess that that's happened for your opponent. You can make a guess that he's got this here as well. And that's fine. Now, you can kind of bounce off of this idea here. You can say, okay, so he's got a town center with a gold mine behind it that's kind of open and easy to raid. He's also got a town center with a gold mine right behind it, as well as Aurochs right behind it, right? So you know what he's got, which basically means you can't go for if your opponent gets the town center up, you can't go for this position. But it's a guess. You don't know 100% here because this gold mine might spawn here. It might spawn a little bit differently, right? It might spawn over here, for example, right? Like it could be here rather than here. And then if it's over on the front, then all of a sudden I can walk forward and drop a hill fort on it. And like if it's spawned on this side, right? I can drop a hill fort. But now you're scouting and now you actually see it and you can confirm, and this is really good. And you can decide, all right, well, we didn't go for the forward temple. We're kind of close here. It's not terrible. We might be able to deny this actually, but your macro is off. So we don't need 5 villagers on wood here. We actually need more villagers on food. And we want to be pumping Hersa non-stop at this. Right? Because we know that if our opponent goes the other way, that we can potentially attack it because we've seen it here with this gold mine. Or at least we have a pretty good guess. So there is a way to do something here. Now, the other thing you don't know here is what your opponent's doing. You didn't move into his base and get that spy, which is something that I would probably go for. So if you think about it, if you're going to go for guessing based on what the map spawn is, the more prudent method would be to send your berserk into your opponent's base at the start, get a spy, right? Get a spy, and then scout your opponent's base to see what you've got. Do you know what I mean? So if you see back Aurochs, you know you've got back Aurochs. You don't have to scout it. That sort of stuff. Because your gold mine positioning doesn't matter as much as his gold mine positioning does. In this matchup. Okay. Anyways. A longhouse to kick off before you see anything is arguably incorrect. You're potentially going for a town center here right away. But this is arguably incorrect. You want to know what your opponent's doing. Because you just don't know. And in putting this town center up, he might simply just walk across here. Now he's dropping the town center, you're totally fine. He might simply have walked across here with hoplites, which you see in the army as well, and wipe you out on this town center. So this is risky because you don't know what's coming for you. If you didn't see the town center going up. But even so, the barracks doesn't really help us here. In fact, it would be better to have the next Great Hall and spamming out Hersa. Because you just get more usable units after the town center is up. The throw and axemen are not usable here. Now, that's my takeaway. I don't think, while the barracks is costing less wood and you get the town center up a little quicker, it's just not usable units. You're just wasting time with the throw and axemen at this point. You want them later, but I don't think you want them straight away. Yeah, at this point, like we're now in this world. Now you can probably pause here. I can probably pause here. So you're now in this world where we got into a 2-town center position. So the questions to ask yourself is: am I the defender in the matchup, or am I the person on the offense in the matchup right here? This is kind of important. If we are the person on the offense, which is the case here, we need to make units that we can use to be on the offense. And now this doubles down on the fact that the reason why I wanted the Great Hall, but we can go full Herso to kick this off. And we can be looking for raids. Now there's not a lot of good raids, but we want to make sure that our opponent is being respectful and not just cheesing out a fast mythic on us, right? So we need to get out and we need to be putting the pressure on. So there's this position here to attack. You see the army over here. We can just ignore that and come up here and at least start attacking our opponent, force the sentinels, force some units out and things like that. That's what we want to do. If you can somehow sneak through, let's actually see if it's possible. If you can somehow sneak through onto this back hunt, it's not possible. So you can kind of ignore that. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to raid that. And you have to make a nice decision here. So first and foremost, you want to make sure he's being respectful. So you got to make enough units and actually attack him. Force out watchtowers, at least force out watchtowers, right? Or sentinels on this position and then run, and that's fine. And then you probably want to get to the heroic age. And we're probably looking for Njord here, is my guess. But If you're just going to go teching, then your opponent gets to tech as well, which then means that they get to go straight into Hypaspis, which are really, really good units. They're like the gold class unit. You don't want to be allowing that. So just coming in and attacking this military academy is totally fine. You force Zom, happy days. So that's kind of enough. Though, like, if you take a look at it, this does not protect this temple. This temple could get attacked, so you should be attacking this. I can't see what the bloody thing is, but maybe I can use a tower. So the temple is completely open here. So you should at least be doing something. So just attack the temple. There's nothing else to do. You can come and kill the animals. You could drop a house here. You've done that, but just attack the temple. So any little bits of damage. And then we go on Heroic Age, and we're looking for... Actually, you know what? Considering this situation, it's probably best to just grab the town center over here. Right? Like, considering the way that your opponent's playing it, it doesn't slow you down that much. It gives you a gigantic advantage. Because you don't have to... You only pay for the... You don't pay for the villagers walking there or anything, right? So you can just drop this. He's scouting it, but like that's fine. And then you can go Heroic Age. I probably wouldn't go Bragi. I would probably go Njord here nearly 100% of the time. Nearly 100% of the time I go Njord here. The reason is because the single most difficult to kill unit in this matchup is the Hypaspis. So the stronger Jarls can be much more effective at dealing with that. There's not really a good way to kill the hoplite or the Hypaspis and Peltast like with a full infantry. If they go hoplite Peltast, you're kind of fine, right? Like you don't care. You're just going to keep on going through with throwing Axeman, Hersa, and whatever else. But Berserks maybe. Maybe not Berserks if you go Njord, but you know what I mean. Okay, should be getting upgrades straight away. You've got this one. Bowsaw. Pre-queued. Don't build units until you get it. Like, we're looking... Like, I guess here's the other thing to unpack is... When it's this defensive because of back gold mines and back hunt, the sort of game plan needs to be to... Okay, there's three things you can do, right? You can build units, you can get tech, you can get more economy. So what you want to be trying to do here is you want to be aiming to get those units out while having the tech and having the economy at the earliest possible moment, which basically means we want to get our eco upgrades out as fast as humanly possible. We want to get our line upgrades out as fast as humanly possible. We want to get to full pop, right? Because there's nothing else to do. So you want to be getting... I gotta flip this because it's confusing me. You gotta be getting this tech in as soon as you possibly can, I guess. Alternatively, if you're not going to be doing that, you need to force your opponent to be doing something, which is like grabbing this town center. And he charges across the map. I don't think this is a good fight for him. This is a good fight for you. Make sure you're focus firing these guys. Okay, that's fine. These Jarls should probably be moving here. Battle Boar shouldn't be on the front line here. You should move it into the back line. Yeah, you've got one hero for these. Okay, this is a bad fight because you've only got one hero. Probably run away from it. Well, actually, yeah, you're probably not going to win the fight because of this. Now you force flaming weapons. Even with flaming weapons, it's still not ideal because no heroes. I think as soon as you see the Manticore and you have no heroes, you just have to run. And now you don't have flaming weapons, and this is like advantage Tunison. Advantage Hades. He shouldn't have turned. He should have just ran all the way back to his town center. There he goes. Okay. So... yeah. So this is kind of just a bad movement on the fact that you've got herdables still. You're grabbing a town center. So your army is active and you're making a villager movement. Sure, you would expect this to be fine like 9 times out of 10. But you're playing against Underworld. And the only real usage of Underworld that gets value in this moment is villages. So if you're thinking about... Maybe something to consider is, whenever I make a villager movement, how could my opponent punish this villager movement? So you're going, oh, he can Underworld it. All right, so let's make sure that when we move our villagers over to this hunt, we've got our army there to defend it. So we don't move it there until we finish the town center. Then we retreat our army over here and we move our villagers through, and we can grab the hunt. And then we can build a building down or a tower or something so that the villagers can at least garrison. Your opponent's also over here, so you could make some sort of a guesstimation that he's there on his own deers, and you could try and get a revenge raid. If you're looking for something, and chances are your opponent's looking for something, is a pretty nice way to play to get through a game like this. Now he's taking the town center as well with this. Probably shouldn't have been able to. I think your army was better. Now you got those Godian. And you're allowing him to get a fortress. You are killing off some villages. Not as many as he got, but it's good. And with the fortress coming up, now you need to make sure you get your own siege out so you can push through here, which is going to be tough. Now, you do have a big advantage right now. You don't know it. You haven't scouted back here. You didn't check out what's going to happen. I mean, you can make a guess that he's setting up on this spot as much as possible, but you definitely need siege. Okay, 1 ram is probably not enough, but you do have 2 battle boars, but your opponent's got Greek heroes. So Greek heroes' weakness is, I guess I pause. Greek heroes' weakness is numbers of myth units. If you've only got a couple of them, it's not very good. If you've got a lot, it's really good. So you really need like 3 rams or something to break this, but maybe this is going to be fine because you've got such an overwhelming military advantage. Not exactly sure what happened here because Tunisian's just missed macroed. I think you got rewarded in this fight. Not because it was the right decision to attack right away, because you didn't have enough siege to actually kill it. But you got rewarded because Tunisian didn't macro correctly. Does that make sense? Like he's just floating too many resources. Whereas your macro is on point, right? Your macro is really, really good, which is fantastic. If your macro is on point, you can attack. Is generally a good rule of thumb. But it's kind of like a random guess if that works or not. I think if you had 2 rams, the other thing is Tunisian probably could have garrisoned his hoplites and waited for the ram in the fortress, and then popped out, killed the ram, and the fortress would never have gone down. So it's a couple of mistakes on Tunisian's part, which allows that to go your way. Let's speed up a little bit. I guess, I mean, at this point, you're still looking to break this. You can't really rotate up to the top side and attack here because of the underworld. So you are stuck in this position. Now, an easy way to make this fight more winnable is to drop a fortress first. And that forces him to attack you, which is what you want. But anyways, let's see if it works out for you. It's kind of a close fight after all is said and done. I think if you put the fort down, you probably would have won here. That you would have been able to push through, and it would have been a really good move for you. But yeah, I think you just went without the fort, and life's tough. At this point, you've got all the gold mines in the middle. His gold mine is actually here and here. So that's where you got to put pressure onto. Am I correct on that? Yeah. And it's completely open. I love this raid. Up to the top. Fantastic. Exactly perfect. You got that Spidey senses. Send a battle boar up to this position or something as well is totally fine. Maybe a dock as well to get a Kraken in for free. But this is fine. This is good. Kill off all the villagers. I would also consider a wall and then a tower behind the wall with my berserk that's over here. This is a little bit aggressive. I don't know if this is a great fight. There's 3 heroes here to kill off your myth units. There's the Peltas there to take off those guys. I'm going a little bit too ham on this attack. Again, maybe just dropping a hill fort here and chilling out could be a nice idea. Spamming these goatees doesn't make a huge amount of sense right now. He's got 1 Manticore. You just have to kind of make the move that makes the most sense here, I guess. But for whatever reason, Tunison is not... He's got no gold. Okay, he's got no gold because you stopped him getting gold over here. And he's not grabbing it on this side. He should have gold. Like, he should have units here. He just should. Absolutely should have units here. He should be holding. Like, it's... just I guess just a mistake from Tunison. Okay. Alright. And now we got 4 town centers apiece. And we're coming into this next, or 4 to 3 town centers coming into this next point, going Mythic Age. The Nidhogg's best value is probably going to be to sacrifice itself to kill off the army here. So you're going to just drop it in wherever the heroes are. It doesn't matter. Just on top of the army. If it's not close to a town center or fortress is your goal. So you got to wait for them to have no garrison point and then drop it. Yeah, so this is not the use because you can just garrison into the town center and he's fine. So you wanted to kill the fort, pull back, have him chase you up to about here, then drop the Nidhogg behind, and then you're good to go and getting huge value. But I think it doesn't matter because I think you're too far in front. Maybe you're not that far in front. Kill the town center, but you are up against Hephaestus, so you can't really overtake the foot off the gas against Hephaestus, right? You've got to be careful the whole way through. Right now, you have to be careful, right? So the advantage that you've got here is what? 4 town centers is basically the advantage. So you just got to be a tiny bit careful and make sure that you're getting upgrades. So right now you're getting iron weapons, iron shields need to come through. This technology here, advanced fortifications, and then locking your opponent up with buildings. Otherwise, he can find a way back just with the superior army. Of which is happening here. And this is because you're not being careful. You're just kind of throwing units at him and losing, right? Like, I think the other thing is when you do have the 4 to 3 town center advantage, it's in your best interest to get to full pop, right? Like, your opponent can't go past there. And if you're a full pop, you take a fight against the lower pop, you're going to win it, right? You're going to win that fight better. So charging in consistently and streaming units in is probably not... It's probably not in your best interest. You can see Tunison, his score is getting closer and closer here. Now he's fighting underneath your fill fort. This is better for you. Still don't have this upgrade, which is partially the spamming into this thing and to blame. You have it queued up now, but it might be... You might have thrown a little too hard here. We'll see. I think you threw a little too hard. You gotta get to population. Is upgrading your walls a waste of resources? No, 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 no. It's really, really good. Walls are upgraded. Look. These ones aren't, but he's not the one under attack. Tunison is the one under attack. Definitely upgrade walls. If you're the one under attack, if you're the defender, get your wall upgrades. Super good. So Tunison's sort of making a similar mistake that you were making, in that he's just trying to push forward and not doing anything to help him push forward. And this is allowing you to stabilize a little bit here. There's a good flaming weapons, but you didn't have full pop, so maybe not a good flaming weapons. You just have to wait for full pop. I know you're desperately trying to hold onto the town center because you kind of know that if you lose it, that the Hades army is going to win. And you're not going to be able to do a whole lot. Now you're at full pop, and guess what? I think you're going to start winning these fights. Maybe. Maybe. Full pop in a dream. I mean, Tunison's got infinite resources though, so it's just a bit of a spam war. And I think just getting a unit out of this control group, of this fight, just one berserk and just starting to drop towers and things along here. 2 units, 3 units or something, and just dropping towers to help you push forward. Sort of like how Tunison's doing. He's trying to push his population or his military above the pop cap by putting towers and fortresses. You got to do the same. Side build? Yeah, you go for side builds. I mean, realistically, sending some rams through here wouldn't actually be a terrible idea. But you've stabilized, so yeah. I couldn't really do it beforehand, but once you stabilize, for sure, get up here, wall him in completely, hill fort, ram through, kill this. But yeah, I mean, this is, funnily enough, both of you made the same mistakes in this game. They're like the same major mistakes, which is just not setting up for a siege on a position. Like, as soon as the war, like the tide of this game changed, and Tunison was charging into here, if he just walked forward and dropped 2 fortresses down, I think you just simply lose the game. I think you lose the town center, and I don't think that even if you got to full pop on the 4th town center, you'd be able to push back through that. But yeah, lots of things to learn here. It's a good game. Well played. I do think that you can drop the temple forward and just sort of rush a little bit, but is it a thing? Are you down to 38 villages? But you've also got the trade route at full pop, right? Yeah, this is standard. This is standard for Norse. Norse only needs about 20 villages, 30 villages on food, depending on what you're building, and 20 to 30 on wood with 60 trade caravans. That's standard. Did he have double plentyvolt? He did. Yeah, this game was very, very close. Good game. Alrighty, let's play another gimme game. Oh, where's my chat gone? I'm sorry, YouTube. I totally missed your chat. Thanks so much for the $5, Bob Giblin. My chat's just absolutely screwed and I'm missing stuff. Arena of the Gods is getting new missions with the Japanese DLC. Did they announce that? Where does it say that? Or are you asking a question? No ranked today. I think we'll start ranked next week. I'll play some ranked next week for you guys. Today I'm wanting to I'm enjoying myself before I stress myself out to all oblivion. Is there like a thing somewhere? What are the posts that expanded skirmish and Arena of the Gods experience? Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Hopefully it's good. All right, Jung. Let's play, young Oathman. I should probably move us to Australia. I can't believe he's still awake, because Jung is what? He is in Thingamajig, you know? Like he's in Queensland. This guy's in Queensland.
Bureg. Heshkopos. Yuji. Bureg.
Queensland is like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. It's always nice. How do we play this? Valley of the Kings.
Escopos, Yuji, Escopos, Yuhejos, Escopos, Sto, Yuhejos, Mak, Escopos.
You might just scout that back position there. Okay, that was a good scout. We found that town center is amazing, so no like crazy aggression here is going to be good. Back gold mine and all that other good stuff. But I do have to respect. I do have to respect the Poseidon a little bit early on, unfortunately. It's my relic. That's the relic I need for the Atheist run. Gosh darn it. That there is a good relic for sure.
Bureg. Mak. Mos intum. Scopos. Herjos.
Yuji. Esh Bureg. Osto. Scopos.
Bureg. Es Yuji. Eked. Eked. Diat.
Escopos. Mak. Yuji.
This one.
Osto. Herjos. Escopos. Yuji. Bureg. Herjos. Bureg.
Scopos. Diat. Yuji. Oso. Diat. Shves. Yuji.
Osto diat. Bureg.
Bureg. Mak. Diat.
Herjos.
Scopos. Mos intim.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Eschlost. Herjos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Osto. Eschlost. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Osto.
He is advancing quite late. He might be going Ares. He does like the Ares. There it is. Okay, we got to be careful now. So I can't just go for a town center. It's a little bit tough to hold it.
Yuji.
Herjos, Skopos.
Herr Joes.
Eschlost. Yuji. Osto. Mak. Osto. Bureg. Eschlost. Yuji. Yuji.
Herjos. Eked.
Scope. Eket.
Skopo Uge. Eschlost.
If he does go for a town center himself, I will
Fairly
also
Mak.
need to...
Osto. Mak.
Oh, it's nothing there.
Eschlost. Osto.
Yuji. Schwest. Bureg. Schwest.
Erjos.
Yuji. Eket.
Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg.
Skop Eschlo. Uge. Eschlost. Ujma. Eschlost. Uge. Eschlost. Ma. Uge.
Yuji.
Erjos. Ma. Uge. Mak. Uge. Eschlost. Skopos. Ma. Uge.
That's the one on that.
Skopos.
Skopos. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Schwest.
Herr Joes. Eket. Schwetz.
Skopo Uge. Eschlost. Erjo. Ma. Uge. Eschmak.
Diat. Bureg. Mos. Diat. Diat.
Skopos.
Burma. Yuji. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak.
Herjos. Also. Eked.
Scope. Diat.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Eschlo. Schwest.
Bureg.
Uge. Eschlost.
Skopma. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Dilis Moke. Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Erjos. Ma. Uge. Eschma. Uge.
Eschmak. Yuji.
Skopos. Eschlost.
Bureg. E poro fras. Ma. Yuji. Bureg. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Yuji.
Uge. Mak. Uge.
Yuji. Bureg. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak.
Skopos. Eschlost.
Eschlost. Yuji. Eschlost.
Erjos.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Eschlost. Yuji.
Skopos. Ma. Uge. Esch. Ma. Uge. Eschma. Uge. Eschlost. Mak.
Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Dilis Moke. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji.
Uge.
Skop. Mak. Yuji. Bureg. Ma. Yuji. Dilis Eschlost. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. E poro fras. Dilis Moke. Yuji.
Erjo. Eschlost.
Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eschmak.
Skopos. Uge.
Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak.
Uge. Eschma. Uge. Eschlost.
Yuji. Eschlost.
Yuji. Diat.
Yuji. Eket. Eschloss.
Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Dilis Moke.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Diat.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. E poro fras. Bureg. Yuji.
Erjo. Uge. Eschma. Uge. Eschlost.
Skopos.
Uge. Mak. Eschlost.
Dilis Moke.
Let's get all the
Herjos. Bureg. Eked.
barracks.
Schwest.
Yuji.
Skopos. Also. Eked. Diat.
Skopos. Bureg. Yuji. Skopos. Eschlost. Mak.
Eshlo, Eshlo, Burma, Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Burma, Yuji, Yuji, Eshlo, Ma, Yuji,
Skopos.
Ma,
Uje.
Yuji, Yuji, Ma, Yuji,
Eschlost.
Skop, Eshlos, Yuji, Burma, Yuji, Skopos, Yuji, Ma, Eshlos. Skopos, Yuma,
Herr Joe's, Ma, okay.
Skopo, Yuji, Ma, Burek, Yuji, Skopos, Skopos, Yuji, Burek, Skeshma, Yuji, Schloss, Burek, Ma, Yuji, Shma, Yuji, Ma, Schlo, Yuji, Ma, Shma, Yuji, Schloss, Ma,
Let's poke in here.
Shma, Yuji, Ma, Schloss, Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Skopos, Ma, Shma, Yuji, Shma, Schloss. Burma, Yuji, Poro, Shma, Yuji,
Erjo. Mak.
Yuji.
Uje. Eschlost.
Skop ma Yuji, Shlo ma Yuji. Burek, Skopos, Yuji, Skopos, Burek ma Skop, Shlos, Yuji. Ma Shlo, Yuji, ma Shlo.
Gold mine not behind his town center. This is good for us.
Ma Yuji. Shlo, Yuji. Dilis Moke. Ma Shlo, Yuji, ma Yuji. Yuji, ma Yuji, ma Yuji, ma Yuji, Shlos.
Yuji,
Mos intem.
Herjo, Eked,
Bure, mos intem.
Skopos, ma
Mak.
Yuji, Shlos.
Eschlost.
Burek, ma Yuji, Shlos. Ma Shlos, Yuji, Shlo, ma
Erjo. Uje. Mak.
Yuji, Shlo. Poro, Fras. Dilis Moke. Skopos, Yuji, Burek, Yuji, ma Yuji, Shlos.
Skopos. Eschmak.
Yuji. Yuji. Skopos.
Gobu, Eshlo, Diat,
Osto. Fest. Yuji, Vayen.
Herjos,
Herr Joe's, Yuji, mos intem.
Ma Yuji, Burek, Shlo, ma Yuji, Shlos, Yuji, ma Yuji.
Okay. I got balls over here actually.
Yuji, Ma, Yuji, also Eked, Shvest,
Burek, diat.
Yuji.
Herr Joe's, Fest.
Yuji, Skopos, ma Yuji, Shlos, ma Shlos, Yuji, Burek. Yuji,
Schmak. Yuji,
Burek, Yuji, ma Shlos, Yuji, ma Shlos, ma Yuji, ma Shlos. Ma Yuji, ma Shlos, Yuji, ma
Herr
Shlos.
Joe's,
Yuji, Mos Intem,
Burek. Herr Joe's, diat. Skop, eket, diat.
Skopos, ma Yuji, ma Shlos, ma Yuji.
Yuji, ma. Yuji, schloss.
Skopos, ma Shma, Yuji, Shma, Yuji, Shlos. Ma Yuji, Shlos. Poro, Fras.
Bur, eket, osto.
Burek, ma Dilis Moke. Skopos, Yuji, Burek, ma Shlos, Yuji, ma Shlos. Yuji, ma Shlos. Skopos, Yuji, Yuji, ma Yuji, Yuji,
Uje.
Yuji, Shlos. Yuji, ma Yuji.
Skopos.
Gobos, Mak, Burek, Eshlos, Yuji, Eked,
Yuji. Skopos, ma Burek, Yuji, ma Shma, Yuji, Shlos, ma Dilis Moke.
That might be a mistake, but I think I need to take some sort of advantage for the fact he's totaling so hard. He just dropped the watchtowers, so
Skopos, Yuji, Poro,
I will go next age as well.
Burek, Yuji, ma Yuji. Dilis Moke. Burek, Yuji. Yuji, ma Shlos, Yuji. Dilis Poro, Fras. Yuji, ma Yuji, ma Yuji, ma Yuji, ma Yuji.
Herr Joe's, eket, eket.
Herjo, Eked,
Yuji.
Skopo. Mak. Eschlemak.
Burek, ma Shlos. Yuji, ma
Skop, eket, diat.
Burek, Yuji, Shlos. Shko, ma Yuji, Yuji, Burek, ma Yuji, Shma. Yuji, ma
Burek, Skopos, Mak, Yuji,
Yuji, mak.
Yuji, ma Yuji, Yuji, ma Yuji. Bure Schloss. Mak. Yuji.
Yuji, Bure, Osto, Esh, Yuji, Mos Intem,
Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Eshma.
Burek. Osmak. Yushvest. Skopos.
Shkopo, Osto, Schwest,
Herjo. Eschlost. Eke. Vest.
Yuji. Ma Schloss. Mak. Yuji Bure Schloss.
Burek.
Hereshlost, Aken, Bure, Mak, Aken,
Ma Yuji. Schloss.
Yuji. Skopos.
Osto,
Burek.
Yuji,
Yuji.
Shko, Eshma, Yuji,
Mak. Oso.
Shko, Aken,
Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Herjos. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Mak. Schloss.
Yuji.
Ma Yuji. Poro Bra. Yuji. Ma Yuji. Poro Bra.
Yuji. Escalolia. Mak.
Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji.
GG. Victory! Ugh. Oh, we did have a back goal, man. Okay. The club still, yeah. Half of my army is kind of distracted by the hippiest, but I was like, well, if half my army is at the hippiest and the other half of my army is on the front, surely we're good. The way that I saw it, the situation, and why I started grabbing town centers, I probably should have communicated this, was so this town center grab is because of these towers, and this town center grab is, I should have done as well, is because of these farms. Because I don't have a single farm down, and he has 22, right? Or 30 farms down, 31 farms down. Quick little resource calculation on that is 31 times 75. It's 2,325. That pays for my town centers, the extra town centers, with no real downside. Like, I just grab them, and I'm equal on where we're at, but I've got more economy to get. I think that sort of makes sense. So if your opponent's turtling like this, putting farms down and shit, you just grab town centers and just call it a day. The Caraballas are really, really strong, yeah. You basically need Peltast or Hippias to get onto them. I think if he distracted me here, pulled his Hippias back into this fight, would have been good, but I think by then my palace would have been up. I probably would have been sending units to the front as well. Oh, GG. Did Kavoth really stop streaming? Yeah. I think I know he's studying towards a life-changing exam, is as far as I know. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab some food. And I'll be right back. Okay? Let's see if there's a game I can watch on the ladder. Moscow versus Requiem. Alright, let's have a little looks. I'll be right back. Have an enjoy of the Moscow shenanigans, yeah. that's gonna host a thingamajiggy. Every time I stand up, I don't know if I can show you guys this. I don't think I can. Every time I stand up and walk with my left leg after sitting down for a while, the bruise that I have on that leg that I got corked the other day from, or the other week, like last bit week, hurts so much. It's got nothing to do with it's just, yeah, it's just like, holy shit, it hurts. The bruise is literally purple. Fucking crazy. Purple. Better desk or something? I'm okay. It's not that big of a deal. It is what it is. Okay. Ready. Okay, so Moscow's going fast. Take it down, center. There's not really much else to do in this matchup. Oh god. That absolutely slaps. Oh my god. That is so good. Yeah, I don't know about two defensive gods. I have a thought. I don't know if Maiden's still there. I think Maiden will love this idea. I think he will love this idea. No free classical age myth units. You get a free Mythic Age one, you get a free Heroic Age one, but no free classical age myth unit. Thoughts? Am I by myself? Kinda? Coroners can still have one. Sure. The reason is, right, for this specific situation where you've got one person who just gets to do, like, both players are kind of doing nothing right and booming, which is fine. They're allowed to play this way. This is completely fair play style. But one player gets to put pressure on with no real reason because of the fact that myth units are different. They're unique. So I would much rather it be the fact that, like, if Moscow or if the Shinong player wants to do this kind of stuff against the Hades player, he's got to invest in it. Different myth units does make it interesting. I totally agree. But free, like the for example, the Valkyrie for Odin, that one coming out for free, immediate pressure. You just get to attack your opponent because you got to the classical age. Your opponent has to sit there and say, shit, there's a 6 speed, 200 food, 17 favor myth unit they got. Whereas I got, I don't know, 100 food, 15 favor, a new bite, which might not be as good. Probably a bad example, but you know what I mean. Just for the classical age. The imbalance is, you know, well, it might not be fun. Maybe that's the problem with the idea. It's not fun, but maybe that's the problem. You had a thought today? What about no free god power? Like, make the first charge like cheap, but you have to pay for it. The whole thing behind the free myth unit is that myth units just weren't seen very much, right? In vanilla, you didn't see myth units at all. So the devs thought, well, if we make them free, then we'll see them in every single game and it's not going to break it, right? And that's sort of wrong. It did sort of break it a little bit. Some things are just better than others because of simply because you get the free god power in vanilla, in Legacy. You think they'll 530 advance? I don't think so. And I'll be right back. Fuck, that bagel was amazing. about it like this. Why do you think we don't see... Why do you think we don't see... Whatchamajigget? What am I thinking? Come on, brain. Why do you think we don't see Heimdall rushes very often? And when we do see Heimdall rushes, they often fail. Why is that? Why does that happen? Do you think that's got anything to do with the free myth units or not? I think it does. I think without the free myth units, we would see more rushing, not less. From Norse. Then again, we might not see any Freya at all if you were to take away the free Valkyrie, right? Like, for example... Now, what am I saying? Right, so if you Heimdall rush, right? The thing that ends up happening is that the free myth unit, whether it be an Anubite, a Minotaur, a Promethean, an Automaton, whatever, ends up going into your opponent's main base. You're wondering right now, what could Requiem have possibly done to prevent the Mythic Age after going 3 town centers? You don't. You don't get to prevent the Mythic Age. This is a natural response to a town center boom. This is the correct response. Everyone can do this. This is just how Age of Empires, not Age of Mythology, how Age of Empires works. Now, let me explain it. If you go 1 town center, then if one player goes 1 town center, the other player can go 1 town center fast heroic. Right? This is how it should work. It's not exactly how it works in Age of Mythology because of a few things. If one player goes 1 town center aggression, and you can go 1 town center fast strike. If one player goes 1 town center aggression, you can go 2 town center defend. If one player goes 1 town center fast strike, you can go 1 town center fast strike. Right? Those are the sort of 3 different types of strategies you can do. And I just got hit with an ad, so I'm going to wait it out. Gosh darn it. I want to finish my point though. All right. Let me explain this. Okay, so the three default strategies you can do versus 1 town center aggression is 1 town center aggression, 1 town center fast heroic, 2 town center defense. Okay? Those are the 3 main strats. If your opponent chooses to go for 1 town center fast heroic, the 3 main strats you can pick are 1 town center aggression, 2 town center aggression, because your opponent went fast heroic. You can go 2 town center and start attacking him with those units that you were using to defend, right? Or you can go 1 town center fast heroic, right? Now, if your opponent goes 1 town center fast heroic and you go 1 town center fast heroic, then the next natural thing is, what are the next strategies you can do? So we both got to the heroic age. Well, you could stay 1 town center and you go Mythic Age. You could stay 1 town center and you can spam units. You could stay 1 town center and you can drop a town center. I'm not saying all those strategies are good, but you could do that, right? Those are options. Now, if you go 2 TC, your opponent can do the fast heroic, and then that's fine, and they can do whatever they want. You're going to be doing your attacks or whatever and trying to figure it out. You could also go 2 TC fast heroic there. If they go 2 TC and you go 2 TC, now the strategy becomes, well, I could add a 3rd TC. I could go heroic age. Or I could spam units. All of those are fine, right? Those are perfectly reasonable options that you should be able to take. Now, if I go 2 TC, my opponent goes 2 TC, and I fast heroic and he fast heroic, now I can go 2 TC and fast mythic. It's fine. It's totally it's totally fine. That's my point. I hope you enjoyed my TED Talk. Would someone like to play? Anyone? Paging Twitch chat. Time for some gibbity games. Coning's coming? Alright, come and play me, Coning. Does anyone have Adapesu's Discord? I don't believe I do have it. No. Unless he's in... Actually, he might be in my Discord channel somewhere. How do I search? I've got him. I found him. He is in my room. He's in Deities of Death. He's in Age of Empires. He's in AM Retold Team Games. I'm sure you can find him. He's under the account Adapesu. Wait, can I? Yeah, this is his name. You can just look it up with a copy and paste. Oh, you found him? Okay. What are you doing, Rapple? Are you going to take him away? Teach him the dark side? He was supposed to destroy the Jedi. I mean, destroy the Sith, not join them. Shit, I said destroy the Jedi. Okay, set this ISIS. Hello there.
Antiochio.
Any ayo review I air.
Jirej. Ak.
Into kid.
Greek. Tayo.
Image arc kid.
Anti-erifir.
Into.
Over here.
You ayo
What are we
refer.
going to try in this game?
Gereg.
Finito.
In wedge.
In wak.
Oops.
Gereg kid. No.
In which kid via
Dan tayo. You I air.
big tayo kids. In which via
I thought that looked dodgy.
In Greek.
Into kid. Bea.
Finito.
He's going to teach you the Japanese language, but you don't need me? I thought you were going to contact me. My Japanese is Sugoi, man. I'm super Sugoi.
Greek.
Go learn your own.
Finito. Ayo tayo. Ayo refer.
I reckon I would. I reckon I would teach Japanese better than a native. For sure.
Image erect.
One of these days we'll do a Japanese learning stream. Teach you the ways of the dark side.
Ilegireg.
ak no finito.
Greek.
Think Soup would teach Japanese better than me? What are you talking about? No, I know what I'm talking about. I know all the Japanese. Except for half of it. More than half of it. Except for most of it. I don't know much Japanese.
Into.
You ref no.
Anu tayo. You I air. In ayo refer. You I air. Greek tayo. Ayo refer.
Into. Bea. Image I kid.
In kids.
Gereg kid. Image erect wedge. Bea.
Grig.
No.
Get the rhinos? Okay, I'm getting the rhinos.
Finito. In via
I wanted to advance them. Oh, well.
finito.
In ak no.
Grig.
Irif no. In ayu bea.
In hayo ak.
Blimey.
In yo kid. 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 Kid.
What are we gonna do in this game? What's the plan?
Inito. Tayo baya.
Tayo. Inito. U-I-F. Tayo. Ayuref. U-I-Tayo.
In which kids?
Gereg. Kid. Nu. Nu.
We might be getting rushed here. Now, if we're getting rushed, I think maybe a good idea is to go into Spearman. What's this? Sphinx. Whatever. I will run.
Inwed nu. Kid.
Oh no, he's going town center.
Inito. U-I-F.
No problem.
Rig. UI baya.
In ak. Bea.
Ini kid baya.
Gereg. Nu. Inage. Ayu.
That's not the way you were supposed to go.
Gereg. Inwed nu.
X.
Entiu. Kid. Gereg. Iurif. Bea. In U-E-R. Bea. Inage. Erek. Iurif. Ay. Nu.
Rig.
In ak. Gereg. Nu. Inwed. Ay. Nu.
Tayo. And which? Greek. U-I-R. I-U refer. Ini U-I-R. Tayo. U-I-R. Greek. I-U refer. Tayo. U-I-R. Tayo. I-U. Tayo. I-U. Tayo. I-U refer. Greek.
In which ak baya.
Entiu. Inage. Erek.
Inito. No. UI tayo baya.
Hmm.
Rig. EU baya.
I think we just go for a whole bunch of we could go camels. We could go spearmen. I haven't spammed camels in a while. Definitely need more gold though.
I-U refer. Tayo. U-I-R. And I-U. U-I-R. Tayo.
Gereg.
Jirej.
In which
You.
Sherifir.
Greek. Enito. U-I-R.
What am I going to spend all this favor on is the big question.
En Iurifer. Bea.
I should probably have a few villages here.
In which tile you refer? Greg, Crow, Ack, Kids.
In head.
In a jira. Tayo
And we you refer.
Jire. Tayo.
UIR. Tayo. UIR.
Stupidest use of a god power.
In you refer. And we UIR.
No.
And you refer. Into error.
Oh, he's going for spearmen. Okay.
In a jire.
Image head.
You refer. Into you refer. Into you at you. Garrick. You refer.
Antio.
Inito. You
Jire.
refer.
Ak. Erifi.
Tayo. UIR.
And into you. Garrick. Into you.
Crow
Greg,
in
Crow,
Yahweh.
Yatawi.
UER. And into you. UER. Garrick. Into you. And you into you. You at you. Garrick. Into you. And into you. And UER. Garrick. And into you.
Image
In
erect.
Crow, Yatawi. Baya.
Into UER.
You refer. Bea.
In Kid, Baya.
In wet.
Tayo.
In Ayu. Gerek. You
Inito. UIR.
Garrick. Into you.
Great tayo.
And you. Into you.
And we
Antio. Ah.
Entio. Acro in
Into
Yahweh.
UIR.
In UIA. Crow, Yatawi.
In you refer. Ayu.
Into you and into UER. Garrick. Into you. In the UE and into you. Garrick. Into you. And wedge.
Greg, Ack, Kids.
In wedge.
Tayo.
You refer. Kids.
UER. Into you. And wedge. In UER. In the UER. Garrick. And wedge. Into you and Garrick.
Entio. Head.
In Winnie. Aya, Tayo. Aya, Kid.
And wedge. Garrick. Into you. EU refer. Garrick. Into you and wedge. UER. In the UER. Garrick. In the UER.
Greg, Baya. You refer. In
You know.
Into you. UER.
I want to get another
And wedge. Garrick. In UER. Into you.
Migdol up.
Greg, Kids.
In jire. Ah.
And EU refer.
Inito.
In the U refer. Into you and into UER. And you refer. Into UER. Into UER. And you into you. In UE and in UE in the UER.
Ayo refer. UIR.
Into you. EU refer. And wedge. UER. Into you. EU into you.
Crow in Yahweh.
Antio. Ak.
And in the U refer.
In wedge.
In with UI. Crow, Yatawi.
UER. Into you. EU into you. In the U. UER. In the UER. Into you. EU into you. EU refer. Into you. EU refer. In the U. UER. Into you. UER. EU refer. Garrick. And in the UER. In the into you. In the UE into you. In the U refer. In the U refer. Into the U into you. And Garrick. UER.
Entio.
Into you. In UE. And into Garrick. And you into you eat into you at you. And wait into you.
Greg, you need to.
Okay. Getting some good revenge.
Into you eat into you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. And wait. Into you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. You into you. Into you. And into you. You eat into you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. Girl. And you eat into you. And you eat into you. And you into you.
I wonder if he's ever going to stop making spearmen.
Into you.
Greg, and after you refer. Greg.
And you eat into you. You eat into you. And into you. You eat into you. Into you. And you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. Into you. And you eat and wait. Into you eat into you.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to lose it. Keep it alive.
Into you. Into you eat and you. Garrick. Into you. Into you. You eat into you.
Oh, he's over here now.
And into you eat Garrick. Into you. And wait. Into you. You eat Garrick. And into you eat
You might be going into camels. Should make a lot of sense.
Into you eat and into you. Into you. Garrick, and you eat
In a jirak.
into you.
You need to retire. And you know.
In wedge.
Yeah, I you. No. Into you. No.
Garrick, into you. You into you. You at you. Into you. You eat into you. Into you. You refer. Into you. You refer. Into you. Into you. You into you.
In your head. Image erect into you.
And you eat you. Into you. You eat you.
In a jirak.
Yeah.
And into you. You refer.
Antio.
Am I missing something over here?
And wait. Into you.
Greg, no.
Into you. You refer. Into you. You refer. Into you refer. Into you. Into you.
In wedge.
Penny up, kid.
And wait. Garrick. You eat you.
He might be back over onto this gold mine, or he's up the top somewhere, and I just have no idea.
You up, kid.
Garrick. Into you. At you. You eat and wait. You refer. You refer. You eat into you. In Garrick. You into you. And wait. Into you. Into you. Into you. At you. You eat into you. And you. Into you.
In into you. Like bear.
Garrick. Into you. You into you. Into you. You eat and into you. Garrick. Into you. Garrick. Into you. At Garrick. Into you. Garrick. Into you.
I don't know if there's any other gold mines on this map anywhere.
Rig.
Probably is, but
Kids.
should I be worried?
Into you.
Garrick. You refer. Kid.
Garrick. Into you. Into
What a strange map. Oh, there was a gold mine behind my base. I see. That was a fun game. Spearman from ISIS while going bast. Absolutely crazy. I would never have expected it. I was like, okay, he's going to be going 100% pure camels. Let's go camels as well and see what happens. But he went full send on the other way. Sad days. Skipper asks, why don't I play EE? That's because I like Retold. Retold is fun, man. I think we both didn't scout the back gold mines, to be honest. You definitely got me. Tricked me big time. Unfortunately, spearmen are a bit telegraphed. Like, what are you going to do? Open 7 barracks and then go into slingers? Go into axemen? Hey, OG Filthy Billy. What's going on? I think we might call it there for today, guys. Tomorrow I got a big day. It's been a fun stream. Lots of good games, great casts. But yeah, I think we might call it that. I feel like I've been ignoring my YouTube chat a little bit today, unfortunately. I'm not sure exactly what was going on with my chat thing. I'm gonna have to figure out why, but it just like stopped. It stopped refreshing. It stopped working. I'll have to figure out something else to go for. Apologies for that, but who's on at the moment? Moscow. I'll send you guys over to Moscow. Bye for now. Bye bye.